with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dealt, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in to the Intel Inspires here, brought to you by AVGL. I am your host for today, Hunted, and joining me on the broadcast to start the day, we've got Sleegy and Kendo, two of my personal favorite commentators in the booth with me. And gentlemen, I hope you're buckled in because we've got a very, very long day of Rocket League. How you feeling so far, Sleegy?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I've been looking forward to this I have a feeling, especially looking at the docket, that we've got a lot of really good games on the docket. And I'm just excited to get straight into these.
Kendo, what is going on? You all right?
You know, we got to do a little bit of pantomime. You say buckled in, and all of a sudden I'm worried. This is a school bus, my man. I'm going to find a seatbelt. I had to make one up. So, I am looking forward to some great action. I know last week, or not last week per se, but last AVGL 8 days ago, if I remember correctly, it was an absolute slobber knocker of interesting developments. And when I say that, I mean there were future gaming stars on the pitch showing off their talent. And I'm very interested to see just how far each and every one of them goes here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, the second day, as Kendo mentioned, of the Intel Inspires series. And like I said, it is a very, very long day of Rocket League. We're starting now. We've got a lot of great series upcoming. And the cool part about this whole thing is that it gives a lot of teams that we might not get a chance to look at on the regular, especially the three of us with all of our involvement in different things throughout the scene. It gives us a chance to kind of scope some of these teams out. What are your thoughts, Sleegy, about getting to watch new teams that you might not be familiar with?
Well, I mean, there's always that sort of exciting factor about it, right? Where you don't really know what to expect. These teams are coming in. They have their own play styles, their own sort of skill sets, and all that combines to really make it an interesting sort of viewing angle, I'd say. So I think the biggest thing for me is just the surprise of coming in, not knowing what to expect, not knowing what's exactly going to happen, and just seeing it all unfold in real time.
And I mean, I believe the brackets getting set up should be up for the teams to view at the moment, and a lot of interesting rosters here today. Some that we will certainly recognize, I'm sure, but again, it gives an opportunity, as you said, to scope out some of these teams that we might not know. And Kendo, I mean, how do you approach a day like today? It's going to be a long one if you're one of these teams. I mean, what's the attitude? What's the mentality that you come in with here?
Well, one game at a time, for one. You want to make sure that you go in with your very best each and every opportunity that you get. And when you're taking that mentality, you need to essentially put forth an air of confidence throughout it. If you end up going down a game, if you end up going down a goal, don't let that get to you. You may end up facing someone who is quote unquote better than you, but you can pull off the upset at any time. And that is one of the wonderful things about this level of Rocket League, because there are mistakes that are made. You just have to be diligent enough to find them, jump on them, and execute a punishment back the other way.
Well, it's important. It's an important note, and I agree with you when you say you got to take it one game at a time. You can't really look too far ahead, especially with how things shake out today. We've got, like I said, a lot of matches for a lot of teams to play, so you've got to start slowly, but at the same time, you want to put your best foot forward. We are currently kind of in a holding pattern, seeing what matchup we are going to be bringing to you first. We'll get that information across to you as much as possible. But again, this is the Intel Inspires series brought to you by AVGL. I've got Sleegy and Kendo with me, and it does look like we have a matchup, boys. Team BSBL MCT versus K9, which is going to be an interesting one. And I mean, I don't know if you guys have the rosters pulled up, but do you know any of these players? Kendo, starting with you.
Well, we're going to be looking at BSBL MCT first. Of course, some of these teams are going to be named off of one of the players on the team, and I'm not 100% sure whether that's a team that was formulated as an individual coming in and people are paired together, because this is about showcasing individual stars at certain points. There's a lot riding on the line, seeing your adaptability with new people. I do know there's also teams in this. KSU, one of the B teams for Kansas State University, is in here. And that is going to be a very interesting team. I do hope we get to see Red, Nebulous, and Isaac. That is a very interesting team, and they can hover around that GC, working towards the middle area of GC level. They are going to be a dangerous team to look at. I'm still trying to find K9 here, and
I can give you the I can give you the
give me
the lineup.
give me that roster.
Yeah. All right. So looking at the K9 team, right? It's Rose VBZ. I think it's Trash RL. That's a interesting name as well, and Stimps. Have you any background on any of those players?
Now, I know a couple guys named Rose, and if it's one of them, it's usually pretty stinking good. But Trash RL, just off the name, immediately one of my favorite human beings in the world. And it looks like people are, oh yeah, excuse me. I just realized what's going on right there. Never mind me, my friend. But it's going to be, we go into this with a little bit of blinder, or go into this kind of like horses with blinders on. So we don't necessarily know everything about some of these teams or about some of these individual players.
Mm-hmm.
But the best thing is about it, they have 3 games that they are going to put on for us, and we're going to see who is the best between these 2 teams.
No, absolutely. And I mean, see, kind of basing off of that, we obviously have some stuff to learn about these teams today that we're going to be learning throughout the day. But that also means that the teams have a whole lot to learn about one another. And how do you come into a series like this one having no idea what's going to be across the way? How do you approach that kind of matchup in the first round of the day?
I think the way you have to approach it, right, is you just have to have a game plan for your team. You have to know how you play with each other, what style of Rocket League really works for you as a unit, and then you go in here and you just begin with that. And then as the game progresses and you sort of start getting an idea of, how the other team plays, how are they looking, how are they feeling, from there you can really start to expand out and maybe make some tweaks. But I think for the game to come in here, it is just going to be having a plan for how to play in game 1 and then seeing how you can expand and build upon that from there as the series progresses.
And I mean, it's an interesting point too, because all the games today, throughout through the Swiss bracket and stuff like that, they're all best of 3. So you don't have a ton of time like you do in a best of 5 and certainly a best of 7 to get acclimated. And how does that, does that change the importance of game 1 in your opinion, Kendo, or is it kind of just another day in the Rocket League office, if you will?
Absolutely. I feel like game 1s are full on critical, because if you can stomp a team in that first game, really show off that, hey, we're a little bit bigger and better, it can intimidate a team off of the next game, or even create a little bit of a window for you to show or punish any intimidation factor that you're able to put on. So it is a very good thing. Game 1, very, very critical, because think about it this way. One of the critical games that we talk about in a best of 5 series is usually that game 3, because it is the pivot point. It's very critical. Here, you're just ditching 1 or 2 games. You're going straight into that pivotal game in game 1 with a best of 3. So it's all the more important.
Well, again, I'm very interested in seeing how these teams perform in that first game, because, again, it's the start of the day. It's not like we're in round 4 and you've been slugging through these best of 3s already and you've kind of got an idea of what you want. It's the start of the day, and you've got to play like, like anybody could be across the pitch, because you never quite know who that's going to be. And we are getting that game set up for you all. We'll get this best of 3 round number 1 started in just a few moments. And Sleeky, what do you want to see from this first matchup? Like, what is your ideal first game that we've got coming up here?
I think an ideal first game is sort of a real back and forth as both teams sort of test each other out and get an idea for how the play styles are meshing against each other. Like, I would really be excited to see, one team start to pull out ahead and then the other team sort of try and start clawing their way back after realizing what's going on. Because hopefully, if something like that happens, it can propel itself throughout the rest of the series, and I just think that would be extremely interesting.
Well, gentlemen, as much as I enjoyed talking to you, we do need to take a very short break while we get everything set up on the back end. We'll be back in just a moment to open up the day here at the Intel Inspires, presented by ABGL.
Now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Short break is done, which means we've got Rocket League just ahead. And gentlemen, got a bit of a quandary for you. It's a 3v3 tournament.
Yeah.
Right? We're here for the 3v3 gameplay, yeah? Well, unfortunately, the two teams that we are trying to spectate both have thirds that can't make it.
Oh, no.
So we have decided collectively that it will be played as a 2v2, and that's awesome because the both of you have plenty of 2v2 experience. of course, with minor league esports and stuff like that. And I mean, hey, it's a little different, but is it really that different?
No, I mean, I think it's actually even more exciting just because I'm a much more of a fan of doubles than I am of standards. So, 2v2, I welcome into this.
All right. And Kendo, how do you feel about starting the day off like this?
You know what? I couldn't ask for anything more. The fact is, we go from having what is a mysterious matchup between people that we may or may not know to now a fast-paced 2v2 matchup between people that we may or may not know. So if anything, it adds to the stakes, in my opinion. You're going to see a lot of rocket-powered battle car action. It's going to be a fast and furious demeanor, and that is something I absolutely love as they are slotting in.
Yep, gentlemen, go ahead. Take us away, our first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, appreciate that, Hunted. And we are going to go ahead and get underway. Again, 2v2 here. A little bit of a change-up, but we will roll on with it anyways. It will remain a best of 3 between these two teams, Kendo. So that much is remaining the same here. But I'm excited for this. I was already excited to begin with, but now, getting to surprise commentate over 2v2, which again is my favorite game mode, that's going to be awesome. And it starts with a potential opportunity there from K9 that just fizzles out.
Of course, fluidity is a word I like to use in the twos environment. I want to see which one of these teams can rotate in fluid manner. It's not necessarily about the long retreats that you would see in, say, a solo standard matchup. It is about staying up together in a dangerous spot with your teammate. And so far, your boys in blue, BSBL and Cryonics, they are keeping good close confines. Just hasn't led to any spots yet.
Yeah, not quite yet, but it is only the first minute of the game. Oh, and that's a good shot coming through just wide from Rose. Now MLGP work his way down the field. It'll be a shot on target, saved by Trash. It'll be up again from Cryonics, and then it'll be a good drop in and through, and it'll be the blue team getting on the board first.
Good presence here. Trash does keep the ball out, but you have to get a little bit more on it than just a lofter still in the danger zone. Cryonics apt to put that one right on in, and it's a great start for this squad.
Great start, and we'll see if Orange sort of has the ability to get a response of their own. They have an opportunity, and that's going to be it right there from Trash. Another excellent goal coming through. You see that this hit off the backboard, and then the read. Cryonics expected it to come a little farther out, and he just gets beat to it.
Yeah. And so far, we've seen both teams take full advantage of slight mispositionings, and it's on the back foot that they've been able to create a lot more offense. See which team takes control here. Full advantage of it. Only 90 seconds in, Sleegy. 2 goals. And we're definitely hungry for some more.
Oh yeah, hungry for some more. We want to try and get as many as we can. Especially now that we are back level. But that was a good center across from Cryonics. Just not quite enough to get it in front of net. Trash working his way downfield. Able to beat Cryonics in the final third. And after being down early, it's Orange taking the lead.
And Trash is taking the time, gets over the first challenge, and I think Cryonics was trusting his teammate there. Sadly, Trash a little bit more on the up and over. You got to make sure you put yourself in position just in case your teammate can't get there.
Well, 2 minutes gone. 3 goals between these teams. It is still Orange holding on to that lead. Rose trying to get to that one, beat by Cryonics. It'll be back over to Trash. Side wall, looking for a follow-up here. It's a good centering opportunity. Rose had the angle, but not able to quite find the touch. It'll be Cryonics now going down the right side. It'll be a follow-up as he's looking for it. Gets actually a shot on target. Trash able to be in the right place at the right time to find that save. Now Rose looking to move his way back downfield. It was a good passing opportunity, just a bit too fast, and it fizzles out.
And so far, both teams playing very conservative. You definitely have that feeling out process that we are used to, but you cannot stay in that if you are in a best of 3 circumstance. It becomes stagnant the longer you feel out the game. If you've got a little bit of confidence, put that confidence to work. keep the ball on your nose and drive it right into the heart of the defense back the other way.
Ooh, a little bit of a double miss coming through there. Now Trash may have an opportunity. Backs up to gain possession. Going to look to dribble it around. Flick over top. What a save from Cryonics. It was a great play coming through from Trash, and Rose leaving it for him again. It's another powerful shot coming through off the bar. It's ping-ponging around, and Cryonics able to get the save off the line. The follow-through, though, no one's going to make it back, and Rose will make it 3-1.
I was about to say this blue squad can breathe a sigh of relief, but not so fast, my friend. Rose will break in, keeps the ball in a danger zone, and it'll just be a slow roller in. Orange, the K9 squad, they are on top very firmly with only about 90 seconds to go.
That's another sin from Cryonics there, Rose. To get a touch on this one. Ooh, actually fakes out. Final defender, it'll be Trash. Going to wrap it around himself, looking to fake. Oh, Rose right there as well. A little premature turn, might have been able to put that through. Still a minute 15 to go. It's a 2-goal lead. Trash with some space, gets the extra touch. Cryonics can't catch up. And right now, Orange just really driving away with it.
This is why it's so important not to hesitate, though. BSBL ends up just taking too much time there. At this point, 70 seconds left. Throw yourself at that opportunity. Take the ball, counterattack back the other way. You're down by 3 now. And K9, they're not going away.
They're not going away just yet. It's Rose pushing again. You have a follow-up opportunity. Oh, sends it just wide off the post. It's a slight bump. It's not going to be enough to really get him out of the way there. And so now this counterattacking opportunity, Trash playing in front of his own net. Still with possession here as he moves it back down to their side of the field. Gets a mid-air bump. It might just fall through. It's not quite there. And again, another opportunity falling short, but with a 3-goal lead and only 30 seconds left to go, it should be enough for them to hold on to.
Yeah, if they just keep offensive possession right now, that is all they need to win this game 1 out. It's going to be up to the boys in blue to really make a quick response, but they don't jump on the opportunities when presented to them. Trash is just going to kill this ball over in the corner, and this one pretty much done.
Yeah, just not enough time to get these 3 goals. Trash going to send another one in for the road. So it will be K9 taking game number 1 in this best of 3. And, you know, 2v2, not really what was on the docket for today, Kendo, but K9 showing up. They're able to combine with each other to make it happen. And they take this first one pretty handily.
Yeah, it was really a exhibition of control for the squad. But I say that almost tongue-in-cheek because there were opportunities that could have been created with a little bit of pressure, a little bit of tenacity. Getting after that offensive push is exactly what BSBL need to do. The boys in blue do not take some sort of initiative and press up into K9. They are most likely going to see a similar result in game 2.
Yeah. I mean, we really need to see BSBL pick up the pace. I think they're a little hesitant, especially on defense right now, and it's giving K9, specifically Trash, who is just an outstanding performer in that last game. It's giving him a chance to figure out what decision he needs to pull through. So we just need to see more committance from BSBL on the defensive. Make sure they're getting to those balls with enough time to stop them, and then hopefully that can translate into preventing more goals and in turn allowing them more space to get down the field.
Well, clean slate, my friend. And that is going to be very, very critical. BSBL, they need to act upon the ball early. You want to set the tone. A first goal, first blood in this second matchup would be huge in swinging the momentum back their way. And nothing better than a Salty Shores night to create the ambiance you're looking for.
See what happens in this next game. This series point for K9. K9 also looking for their opening goal. Rose not quite able to find that one, but it'll be right down the center for Trash. He's not going to miss it, just underneath the bar, 24 seconds in.
Mercy, Cryonics puts it to the side, and you have to be careful to control that ball in your own zone because if you smack it too hard and it comes back mid, you essentially set up your opponent for a one-timer on net, and that was executed purely by Trash RL.
Now Trash looking to do some more work down the field. It's a bit of a giveaway, but that missed touch might lead it for him again. Good 50 in the air. Rose not able to find it. It'll be MLGP looking to play it back. Trash now. To the corner again. Rose trying to get turned around, and he's not going to get it fast enough. Cryonics collapsing on it, and it'll be back level at 1.
Mercy, this is exactly what I'm talking about, though. Cryonics puts himself in a very tough spot, manages to win the 50-50, and then once he wins that 50-50, he's not done yet. He's going to carry that ball all the way in, and that is really good sign here for the boys in blue. We'll see if they can continue to pick this up. I am liking the pressure that we are seeing, though.
Off the back wall, Cryonics not going to be able to get back in time. What a touch from Rose. But a great clear from MCTB. Able to get it just out of danger. It's another one coming towards the backboard. Double touch from Trash. That'll give K9 back the lead.
They did a really good job of the initial push out, but once they lost the ball, you need to get more pressure on it. You can't have two people stationary in the net and expect to save that ball. And once again, it is Trash RL. He has just been the absolute Oscar in the box for this squad. 2 goals, 2 shots here in game 2.
Look at clear from Trash down the field as well. Follow-up, Cryonics reaching, gets a touch, and it's just enough to keep it away. Outstanding stretch from him there, but it's Trash centering again. Beautiful pass, and Rose just, again, they are working on these passing plays beautifully, and they're just there for them.
Now, K9 is showing themselves to be the quicker team here, and if they continue to win these transitions, I mean, you've already got a 2-goal lead, only a minute and a half gone by. You may see a few more goals out of this team in blue, BSBL, but it's going to require more ball presence on taking advantage of little backflips like that where the ball is completely missed. No one around. They do wait it out and take possession here, but they need to do more with it than just smash the ball down into the opponent's backfield.
They've got 2 minutes to get 3 minutes to get 2 goals. Plenty of time for a lot of teams to make massive comebacks. Oh, and it was a massive opportunity on that one from MCTBS, but not able to find the touch. This one's still on the sidewall for Rose. Potential passing opportunity, a bit of a weak touch. He'll come back over to the sidewall. Trash looking to play it across. It'll be Cryonics again. Rose with the 50, but it could be a center for MCTBS as he takes a shot, but it's a glancing touch that sends it to his left side. Trash, the return of his own. Team bump there, and it's gonna be Trash. It has to get back on top of it. The team bump, if that ball had any more speed on it, Kendo might have just rolled in.
That was very close, and Trash did keep his wits about him, despite the fact the team bump did happen. Makes up for it by getting back just in time. And for the guys in blue, they needed just a tiny bit more power on that. We're going to see, with 2 minutes to go, can they initiate? Can they force the issue here? Or will they just go away into the sunset?
Well, right now, K9 actually playing this really smart. They're allowing BSBLMCT to make all of the mistakes. And, you know, they're not pressing themselves into awkward spots. They're just allowing the ball to come to them. They're working with it when they can. They're giving each other space, and they're really playing the possession game, I think, to a T at the moment. I mean, we're seeing them take opportunities when they see them, but only when they see them. I have yet to see them really overextend yet this game.
Yeah. Whereas you need to see some issues forced if you are Cryonics and BSBL at this point. You need to create the opportunities. You cannot just allow them to come to you. You've seen what happens when you do try that. You've only had 2 goals in this 9 minutes we've seen thus far, and you cannot go down easily. You have to go down kicking and screaming. Otherwise, you're going to set the tone for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, that you are. Shot from Rose just wide. Trash on the rebound will send it through. That's going to make it even more difficult now for BSBL MCT to get their way back into this game. As Trash, wow, just getting the clean beat on Cryonics there.
Mercy. I tell you what, if there is one thing that you can compliment about this K9 team, it is the fact that we've been talking about initiative all game. They have taken it more often than not, and they have been slowly speeding themselves up. They're finding balls off of the backboard and also off of the sidewall, and that is something that we just have not seen out of BSBL. Another one here by Trash, as Rose follows through with a great 50-50. That right there from Rose is exactly what I want to see out of BSBL.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that quickness to get on top of the ball. And, I mean, honestly, with 36 seconds left and a 4-goal separation, unless BSBL can get a goal right now, which it looks like it's actually just going to be one against them, I think that's the nail in the coffin right there.
You know, my friend, this beach situation, does it remind you of anywhere? Preferably south of the border.
I mean, it could very well be. The flight is loading, but hopefully it doesn't get delayed. They got 30 seconds to make it to their gate. We'll see what happens here. Is Trash going to look to send another one on? Can they make the gate? No, just short. Rose follow through, not there. 20 seconds left. It's a good return from Trash on the back end to get back possession. So look to send it again. Double commit. It's going to be just wide. And now only less than 10 seconds to go for the Brazil. Trash going to try to make it happen, and there it is. They punch their ticket to Brazil. They catch the gate just in the nick of time, 7-1.
My goodness, my friends. You absolutely love to see it. We're on our way to South America, and I couldn't be any happier. Oh, man.
And in the Pele items, no less as well. I mean, it was truly set up beautifully for the Brazil. They've got the Brazilian superstar himself's items on. You can see it all in splendor right there. And to clean out that series with one as well, I mean, that's just picture perfect.
And then, of course, they didn't score an additional one on top of it or let one in. So, yeah, I've always found that the Brazil that ends up having that additional goal to break it, it's upsetting to me. I'm not sure why. Maybe I'm unreasonable, Sleeky, but I like this end result. K9 showing themselves to just straight up be the better team, and they did it with that initiative. They kept themselves forward with the ball, and more often than not, they were utilizing the backboard and the sidewall as an additional teammate. Yes, this is supposed to be threes and that was twos, but, you know, bring the crossbar, bring the sidewall, bring the backboard into it. Those are just as apt a teammate for you to utilize as long as you maintain control of yourself and of the trajectory of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hunted, I know you were watching along with us. I wanted to sort of ask you what your thoughts on that, because it really was just a dominant performance, I think mainly by Trash. Just absolutely huge effort from him in both games in that series.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun to watch. I mean, we got to go to Brazil. I forgot my sunglasses, guys. I have my sunglasses for Brazil.
Oh, man.
It's got to be a tough trip. But, you know, it was a great series to start the day. You mentioned it, Kendo. 2v2, not exactly what we were going for here, but it was an exciting matchup all the way through, and a pretty dominant matchup from that orange side in K9. And I did want to ask you before we do take a short break, guys. We'll start with Sleeky on this one. I mean, does this 2v2 play transition over into solid 3v3 play from this team that we just watched in K9?
It's so hard to tell just because of how different twos and threes really are from each other. I think it does bode well, especially for Trash, seeing how well he was able to take care of the situations. I think it gives them a good leg up. I'd be interested to see how they do in the rest of it going back into 3v3s, but it's obviously an excellent start for them.
And I mean, Kendo, that kind of leads right into my next question. What does this do for the confidence of the winning side heading into round two?
I mean, they must be brimming with confidence. If you can get your third man in there and ride this confidence out, I mean, just imagine you're the guy who's not able to be there for that first game, but you know your team executed. in that fashion, there's going to be a lot of energy that goes along with it. And for this K9 squad, you'll love to see it. Feels bad a little bit for BSBL. They do have to regroup going into the next game, but they can do so by really throw yourself in free play, control the ball, throw a couple flicks in there, up and over, pretend like you have the K9 defense breathing down your neck and play keep away. That's one of my favorite things to do. Just keep myself warm and put some of those flicks on net. Amazing thing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break while the three of us finish our jaunt down to Brazil, and we will be back for some more Rocket League. It might be 2v2, it could be 4v4, who knows? We're going to have Rocket League in some capacity just after a short break. Don't go anywhere. This is the day number 2, second qualifier here for the Intel Inspires presented by AVGL.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? It could be a black or white, the way to sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. None of this seems right. What am I holding on to?
Test.
Yeah. Okay. I am. Yeah.
Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through. Claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance. Show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way. Why do you keep chasing clouds? Don't it before I feel something? Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Don't it before I feel something? Before I go and change my mind. Something must be wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think but the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I mess it up. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, why do you keep chasing clouds? Before I go and change my mind. I said,
Hello and welcome back to the Intel Inspires, brought to you by AVGL. I am your host, Hunted, here in the booth with Sleegy and Kendo, and we are back from a short break. We've got round 2 action, and fellas, cross your fingers, but I think we've got 6 players in the game this time, so it looks like a 3v3 matchup. And Sleegy, KSU A team versus Team Allure. What are your thoughts going into this one?
I mean, I think Kendo mentioned it right before, but this is probably going to be a really interesting and potentially fun game to watch. And, I'll let Kendo explain maybe a little bit more of why that may be the case.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the KSU. They say A team, but this is technically the secondary team. These guys are all on that cusp of GC. If they're not GC, they're very, very high up there. So you're talking 1,500 to 1,650, maybe 1,700 MMR on the regular for this KSU team. Very respectable. I'm looking up Team Allure over here on Twitter, guys. This is a team formulated, and almost every single clip that they have on their Twitter is of a freestyle. So I'm 95% sure we have a freestyling team on our hands here, and that could add a lot of spice to the flavor of this game.
Well, hey, man, it's always fun to watch. Always love to see those high-flying plays, and it's going to be, I think, a tough matchup against a KSU team, as you mentioned, who are all very, very high-level players. We'll see if they can most certainly pull out some of those freestyle elements. But, gentlemen, I believe the game is ready. We've got another best of 3 set to go. Please take it away.
Appreciate it. Yeah, and again, I'm really excited for this one here, Kendo. Having a freestyle team definitely is going to present its sort of interesting options. I wonder if they'll actually go for them, or if they'll be more sort of a traditional approach into how they want to take on this game. But I hope that they pull off some really interesting passing plays, because I know you're a lot like me in that I love passing plays.
I love a good passing play more than I love a extended mechanical play. Like, if you can give me a back and forth, a 1-2-3, and then somehow manage to get a fourth pass in there, that right there is absolute Rocket League gold for me. But we aren't going to waste any more time. I do think Allure have a little bit of an advantage here. It seems like they're a little bit higher on the ranks, but this K-State squad, they are very good, and they are nipping at the heels of the KSU Farmer Boys, who are in CRL. You know that they are practicing with each other on a regular basis, Sleeky. So two very good seasoned teams will be against each other here, and through the first 20 seconds, they look pretty even.
And so far, so good. We saw initial pressure coming out of Team Allure with some decent stomps going on from the side of KSU. So, like you said, bit of an even start here. That's a great hit out from Excess. Cloud playing it over to the right side. Excess again looking to put it through, but it'll fall down here for Red. Flick over top, but Dead able to just find enough of it to keep it away. Cloud over off the right side. It's a wall touch, but falls straight down for Nebulous. Intercepted by Dead, back to Nebulous, but he can't find the touch. And it's still, I mean, a minute in, we saw it from the very beginning, and even still to right now, a very, very even game at the moment.
Oh my goodness, that angle off of the roof. It was so close from Dead. And the save there by Isaac, just able to keep that out. Sleeky, this Team Allure team is real, my friend, and they are showing that they can be very quick mechanically. It's going to be up to K-State here to withstand the storm and play together as a unit just a little bit more. Control that ball in the mid. That's going to be a huge, huge step in the right direction. Oh,
that was a great save from Isaac as well. Excess looking for a bit of an interesting angle. Ends up getting sent across. It'll be Dead looking to the center again. As it comes into this corner. Cloud going to take a shot just wide. So it's going to be Isaac. Gets it over top of one. Great little redirect as Red will push it into the corner. Gets a hit out of the corner, but Dead to send it back the other way. That's again, but that might be straight to Red. It's a bit of a missed touch. Isaac has to send it farther over to this left side. And now Cloud building some space of his own downfield, but it's a giveaway into Nebulous. Demolition, Excess, bit too far forward, and now Red with an opportunity, but it's just high and cleared off the backboard.
Good rotations all around. They finally get Allure on the back foot. They need to transition a little bit better on the defensive comeback because you're committing to real hard there. Red and Isaac both going in. Nebulous, the third man back. A lot of extra pressure, but he has been sure with his touches. Here is a wide open net, and this is what I'm talking about, Sleeky. They're able to be, they are punishing this squad for being too far forward.
Yeah, and this is just a really great touch off of the sidewall from Cloud. Gets it straight down the center of goal, and it has enough power to go through 44 miles an hour to be exact. And really just catches KSU a bit too far upfield, you know, a little bit out of position. And one really strong touch down the field was all that it took to send it in. And a follow-up almost in there, but it just pinged off the post.
Here comes Red, and KSU will look to reset here. Although that is a great sequence of touches by Isaac. Dead back into the Kansas State zone. It is going to be up to this Kansas State team to really corral themselves. You can't have that many loose balls in the mid. You're doing a great job of controlling. Just be patient with your chances because Allure, they're looking to bring it back, and they're looking to bring it back rapidly.
And that they are, but they've got 90 seconds to do so. That'll start now. It'll be Nebulous off the side, wall Excess, return onto the right. Out of the corner, he might be looking for a doozy dish here. Actually was trying to get a touch on Isaac. Drop down from Cloud, and a great save from Red on the goal line. Had to stretch for it, but he got a clean touch into the corner. As Dead still pushing here. Great pass to Excess. Another great save by Red, but the mounting pressure continues. It's save off the line again by Nebulous, and the defense for KSU in the past moments has been absolutely astounding.
It has been, but they cannot allow themselves to be hemmed in their own zone. Only 4 shots so far, Sleeky. That's 1 a minute. That tells me if things stay the same, they only have 1 more opportunity in this game to truly tie it up, barring some sort of situation that sends the statistics out of norm.
We'll see if that situation ends up coming to fruition. The time for it, though, it is running thin, 30 seconds, as Nebulous looking to push his way downfield, but it's a giveaway to Dead. Back wall down, out of the corner. It's a take from Red. Maybe he'll follow up. No, it'll be Isaac. Take it from Excess. That's an open net, and it's going to be 2-0. And it's going to have to be a kickoff goal if they have any hope of getting back now for KSU.
You have to be so sure of your touches. Isaac goes to the outside. I like the move, but doesn't stay behind his spot. It is immediately jumped on by XS, and it's a walk in the park back because all 3 members, rightfully so, pushed up just a little bit. Overly aggressive, but you kind of have to be when you're down by now 3 with only 8 to go.
Yeah, and that's the nail in the coffin right there. Cloud sending it through. Red was trying to control, but it's a missed touch that gives away possession, and Isaac just too far on that left side of goal to be able to make it in time. So it will be game 1 going to Team Allure, but don't let the scoreline fool you if you're just tuning in. It was a hard-fought battle throughout 99% of this game. A lot closer than the scoreline would suggest, but KSU going to have to really get it under control because in these best of 3s, it means that Team Allure only needs to win 1 more.
Yeah, and that is why I said earlier on that it is so important that you win these game number 1s, because now KSU, their back's against the wall. Whether they like it or not, they have to create a dynamic circumstance with which they can succeed in. But Allure, they live up to the billing right off the bat. This is a very mechanically gifted team. They're fast off of the ground. They're finding challenges and winning 50-50s just due to those superior mechanics and speed. For KSU, if you're not working as a unit, it's going to be a tough time.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And so as we head to Salty Shores night yet again, we've already seen 1 team eliminated in this map so far today. Hopefully KSU able to extend it out to that game 3. But again, they're going to have to be a little more aggressive on sending the ball down the field. We saw excellent defense come out of them Hunted. Or not Hunted, I should say. Kendo. Hunted is also watching.
Yeah, yep.
But it's going to be more that they have to turn that defensive might into offensive pressure, because you can play as much defense as you want, but they're eventually going to catch you out of position.
I get it, Sleeky. I get it. You just want me to host. You want to be in here with Hunted? I'm joking, my friend. I am kind of like a discount Hunted. If you had to create a knockoff Hunted, he would look a lot like me, only he would have a haircut.
It's like the great value Hunted.
Yeah, exactly, my friend. But we are underway, game number 2, and so far, Allure, they're going to stay steadfast, not allowing Kansas State, even when they are in the offensive zone, to have any opportunities on net. Nebulous, the push on, it'll be played down by Dead. Cloud up early, great centering pass, but Red will pick up, and Kansas State, they're doing a good job of staying with the ball, but I'd like to see a little bit more movement as a unit.
Well, this one's going to fall down to the right side, taken from Dead. Red back and cross middle. It's a bit too fast for Nebulous, however. It's Isaac. Back wall. It's going to be off the ceiling. Opportunity for Red, but Cloud able to recollapse on it quickly. It'll be a sidewall again. Excess over top of one. It'll be just wide. Follow through not there, but Dead should have it, but it's a kill. Dead can't generate any power on that shot, and it was an open opportunity and feels like a missed one for sure.
And then you see one back the other way as well, as Isaac not able to get the touch. Great challenge here by Red, though. Will keep the ball away for now. KSU, they're living up to the speed, but they just still seem a tick behind. It's Excess coming through with the goal.
I want to see this again from Excess. What a pre-flip. What an angle on that shot. Absolutely beautiful. gets the redirect in, and that is the sort of stuff we expected from them, Kendo, seeing as they are a freestyling team.
Yes, sir. They
there's
are
a
very much a
beauty
freestyle. Oh, my dead. Coming through, and this is just absolute criminal activity as all three members get beat by Dead off of the mistouch by Isaac. You have to control it better in your defensive zone.
Yeah, it's just a clean touch. Very nice send through. Now 2-0, 3 minutes to go. Still time for KSU to get back into this game, but feels like Team Allure, the more time goes by, the more they're able to warm up. Great save by Dead. As XS will play it into the corner. Be Red, unable to find that touch. Side wall, Isaac with an interception. He's actually able to get it away from his own teammate, unfortunately, but he's staying with it for now. It'll be back wall, out by Cloud. Red gonna opt to just play it center. Actually, he opts to play it on goal, and it just falls into the top left corner.
I mean, Red, up over Dead, finds redemption. You gotta love it, my friend. That is an excellent shot and able to beat everybody there. Finally, KSU will break through the ice, and we'll see if the floodgates open as a result.
Red, absolute just monster on that play, finding a beautiful angle. It just got a deflection off the bar, but it was so clean on its way through. That drop was immaculate. And now it gets them back within one. 2:22 to go. We'll see what comes out of them here. Maybe a little bit of momentum. As Cloud moving it down the field, looking for Dead. It's off the back wall. Red with possession. Look to dribble it downfield. No piece to work with. Over to the right side, straight down, Cloud. To the left side. Demo comes through. It'll be Red back in midfield. He gets it over excess. Cloud is there. It's a pop-up. Could be something here for Nebulous. Isaac redirect, excess reaching, and somehow makes that save.
Almost as good as the shot. You see Excess coming through with quite possibly the best save I have seen this past week.
Fake.
And Excess able to come through on the offensive side as well. This man has it all. His setup by Cloud is perfect, and Excess charges through after seeing both men miss. Ball dangerous in the box. Great finish, offense and defense by Excess.
And that fake from Dead, absolutely calculated. You could see it in his car movement. He initially was going for the ball, I think even in his mind, but he realized the position, either that or there was a call out, but he pulls himself off of it. It throws off the defenders in net, and it's just a beautiful setup to open up space. Isaac got to be careful about giving away those in front of the net. That has got to feel bad.
And for this KSU team, you almost had to remain perfect. Nebulous, the initial miss, and Isaac, just the wrong place, wrong time. Ends up killing the ball even more than the miss. You can't leave that ball in your box like that.
No, you really can't. Now, it's going to have to be a miracle for KSU to be able to come back in this game. Red going to start them on that journey, gets one back, and with 1:11 to go, it's a very doable scoreline.
Was a Rudy Tooty Cowboy shooty from the corner. Isaac, great delivery, and Red with a little bit of a freestyle of his own, Sleegy. I was little mini freestyle. I'm gonna give it to him.
No, it's just clean. That's something that Red has been good at all the times that I've seen him in this competition and in others. But oh my goodness, this is just a beautiful touch. But I mean, realistically, where's the defense here? It's Nebulous all by himself. Isaac and Red are trying to track back, and it just means that no one is really there in any sort of set, solid position to make it happen.
And it also started with a mistouch in the midfield. Isaac lets the ball go too far, doesn't get any semblance of 50-50. At that point, you gave your opponent a 2v1, 3v1 even, as the entire squad of Allure moving up together. You can definitely see the chemistry. We haven't seen anything outrageous just yet. I think more than anything else, out of the respect of the team that they're going up against, you don't want to get overconfident against a team that is apt to score on you and do some damage. But it has been impressive what Allure's been able to do. Oh, long ball, Dead, just able to keep it out.
And It'll be Nebula's return as well. Oh, was looking for the double touch, not quite there. As Isaac plays it into the corner. Red with a shot opportunity, deflection from Dead. And I think that deflection kills the game. There's only 13 seconds, 3 goals, Allure on the offensive, and that will do it. It was a valiant effort from KSU, but just a few small mistakes lead to the Team Allure victory, and it'll be another one for the road there from Dead.
Really good stuff from Allure, and I'm hoping we get to see him again today, because this is a team that looks to be towards the top, the upper echelon of the teams that we have playing today. It's been a lot of consistency. They're finding each other with those passes. Wasn't as, fabulous as I think we went into it. Like, oh, this is a team with a whole bunch of freestyles on their Twitter. This is going to be really, really good. If we were expecting freestyles and, play of the week material, you didn't necessarily get it, but what we did get was good fundamental Rocket League out of Team Allure, and you could not ask for a better performance out of these guys. They beat a fundamentally sound KSU team and just pressure cooked them into making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really good game, and a really good series from Allure. They kept up their momentum. They never really let it down, and after that, they just were able to maintain their trajectory and keep things going. It just looked really solid from them. Hunted, I know you were walking along. We got the sort of a great value version of the thoughts. I want to hear what the name brand version thought of that series.
Well, oh no, I was muted on Phoenix. You guys heard it. They didn't hear it.
No, you need to say it again.
I have to repeat it again. I said I appreciate what you. I appreciate your comments, discount stats. I really do. Sleegy discounts. I say, hey, if Kendo is discount me, although I still don't really see it. I think Kendo, very quality commentator. I don't think anybody's a discount me. I think I'm a discount myself. Does that count for something?
I mean, it depends on like sort of the market value and the valuations and whatnot. But
I'm enjoying the comedy that we got going on, but this is Dollar Tree banter at this point. We need to pick it up just a little bit. I need a lot better than this.
Well, you need Five Below banter. Is that what you're looking for? Well, hey,
at least Big Lots.
Big Lots, come on, we're a little bit more premier than that. Let's be honest.
Oh my goodness! I mean, Big Lots. You might not. There might be some younger folk out there, kind of, who doesn't even know what that is. To be quite honest with you, but
and with good reason.
Anyway, fellas, good series. Team Allure comes out of the gate quite strong. Shutout in game 1 and a pretty runaway victory there in game 2. And I mean, we hyped up KSU, but goodness, what does this mean for Allure, Kendo?
It means they're just that good, because KSU, they do play a fairly fundamentally sound game, and it looked that in game number 1. They were complete. They kept the ball out of harm's way for the most part, but once they went a goal down, Team Allure were able to show off their control, and they did that time and time again. The smallest little mistakes were what was jumped on and ended up being the downfall of the Wildcats here.
No, I definitely agree. It was a game of inches, as it often is, but I think Allure, Sleegy, one of the teams to watch throughout the rest of the day. I mean, we don't get a playoff bracket today, if you will, as we're doing all of the Swiss stuff, but my goodness, thinking of teams to qualify for those big bucks a little bit later on. Allure's got to be quite close to the top of your list, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Allure is looking extremely good right now. I mean, especially with some of the plays they were able to pull off. I was hoping for maybe a little more, but the things that they were able to combine together on that series really gives me a lot of hope that, we might probably be seeing them again. I know there's a lot of really good teams that are entered in to this Intel Inspires tournament, but my goodness, if they don't look good out there, especially because KSU is, they're not a bad team. So taking them down like that really is an impressive result.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, no disrespect to that KSU squad, as we have seen them perform time and again. But unfortunately, this time around, Allure a bit too strong, and they will take that round 2 matchup. But that is the first 2 rounds here of qualifier number 2 in the books. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, even more Rocket League action. Don't go anywhere. This is the Intel Inspires qualifier number 2, brought to you by AVGL.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak.
and you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? I saw you all alone. Your eyes match the weather, raining under pressure. Oh, you say you wanna go, yeah. So let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Strangers found lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
Go on, myself. I'm cold, still stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpent, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Inspires presented by AVGL. It is Hunted here, hosting on the day with Sleeky and Kendo. Still in the booth. Somehow, you guys still with us. I don't know why or how that happened, but here we are, and we've seen two good matchups, Sleeky. I mean, how are you feeling going into this third one?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, they picked me up off the street, brought me in. I really never done this before, so I hope I'm doing a good enough job. But for this next series, I think we're looking at potentially a really good matchup. You know, we've seen actually really good ones so far. Both have been sweeps. Hopefully this next one maybe makes it all the way to game 3 because I just want to see more Rocket League. Like, these have been pretty fun games, and I just want more of it.
Well, I mean, speaking of round number 3, we've got this matchup here between Team Nanopoison, who is Nanopoison, Notice, and KX, and Team Sporks, which is Kuno, Tallahassee, and pop up, get out of my way, please, T. Carson. 1, 2, 3, Kendo. How do you feel about these two teams?
Well, 95% sure I have heard the T. Carson name. I'm not sure whether that means I have actually been in lobby with them. That would be the bad thing. Or if I've actually seen them on a stream somewhere. You know, memory. I've taken too many knocks on the head. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Hunted. Just watched one too many E United games. What can I say?
Hey, I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. I try to block some of those matches out of my memory as well.
Imagine casting for KCP.
I know, right? I mean, all those glass ceilings we keep breaking. Never mind.
Yeah,
we'll
actually,
keep on going.
Making it to the playoffs. Wow, I wonder what that's like. I certainly don't know. But hey, fellas. It's going to be, again, we're moving into round 3. We're about halfway through the day. There's 6 total rounds due to the number of signups of teams this time around. So things starting to heat up a little bit. You've got 2 rounds under your belt right now if you're either of these two teams coming into this one. You win, you lose. You've got time to think about it with the breaks in between the rounds. I mean, does approach change throughout the day, Sleeky, yes or no?
I don't think it does. I think at this point, you know, you sort of stick with what you know and try and just continue what you've been succeeding at so far. Obviously, you know, Rocket League, a very fluid game. You're going to make changes along the way, but I think as long as you stick with what's been working for you is where you're going to find the most success if you're either of these two teams.
I mean, that's it's solid advice, you know, finding what works and sticking to it. It's kind of the foundation of being solid Rocket League team. And I mean, Kendo, more to that point, what can a team do to kind of force their will on a series, make the game go the way they want to play it?
I think more than anything else, the biggest thing that you can do is maintain presence behind the ball, because more often than not, teams have that tendency, no matter what rank they are, to just slap that ball, play dump and chase, and it can be one of the most lethal things you can do to yourself. For both of these teams, if you stay behind your challenges, more often than not, you are going to be able to force some decent 50-50s or have better control on any given circumstance. Control wins games.
I mean, again, we talk about it all the time, right? Controlling the pace of play, controlling your touches, and making sure that you put yourself in the advantageous spot, the enemy team in a disadvantageous spot. I think that's a word. I believe that's a word. But I mean, it rings true, especially in best of threes, especially when you don't know who your opponent is necessarily. Might have seen these players around every now and then, but it's certainly not like a league play format where you're playing the same teams day in and day out. However, this is a pretty important event, right? I mean, this is the qualifier, to be fair, but you're qualifying into a $250,000 tournament, which is not something most of these players get the opportunity to do every day, right? So, I mean, how does that weigh on the mind at all, do you think, for these teams? I'll pass that one over to Kendo.
I think so, but at the same time, if you're someone like me, ignorance tends to be bliss, if you know what I mean. Like, I talk about how many knocks I've had on the head. The fact is, at any given moment, that can be just as much a good time thing as it can be, an excuse for how crazy and silly I can be. When you're able to forget about the stakes, when you're able to forget about all the pressure that surrounds a certain circumstance, and you're just able to go out there, do what you're comfortable with, play fundamental Rocket League well, and find your teammates time after time again, it is a great talent to have, just to block it all out and perform your very best.
Well, you know who's blocking it all out right now, Kendo? I think Sleegy fell asleep on you right there.
Oh, man.
Sleegy, can you hear me? How does he do that?
You.
He's talking without moving his mouth. Kendo.
You see, this has ventriloquism. I'm just simply going to reach my hand.
There we go. All right.
And over.
So, AT&T, one little stroke every now and again. Hopefully we're fine. I'll be having a call with them later. But, yeah, there we go. Didn't fall asleep. I was just meditating about how much I hate my internet service provider sometimes.
I was meditating. Well, hey, I've got something for you to meditate on, and hopefully you'll stay awake for the majority of this match, as we've got one underway here in just a moment. I believe teams are ready, locked, and loaded. We've got round 3 action, so fellas, please take it away.
Yeah, appreciate that. Kendo, again, really looking forward to this. I think we've got a lot of probably the highest ranked players that we've seen so far today. So this is going to be a fun match. And I said it near the beginning, and I'll say it again. I really hope that this series goes all the way to Game 3. I want to see as much Rocket League as possible right here.
I do as well, and we will see how that works out. We do have Nano Poison and Sporks on the field, and right off the bat, Nano Poison, they're looking for blood. K keeps the ball away.
Almost a really quick start for them, though. Nano Poison just trying to get those initial touches. K, though, with control, but he loses it a little quickly. He'll be sent back into the quarter. Tallahassee down the right side. KX gets demoed. It'll be Pinhead. K, not quite able to get there in time as he gets sent across net. It'll be KX again. Good hit there from Tallahassee. Nano Poison into Pinhead. K getting bumped. It'll be KX again into the corner. That miss coming through. And it's been some missed touches really on both sides so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of tentative play here, and I feel like the team that decides to seize the day will be the one to get this first blood goal. It's a shot on by Tallahassee. A back pass will go just by miscommunication. Chance back the other way. It is KX. Not able to get by Tallahassee, and we will see that chance quell. However, Nano very apt to take that 50-50. The pressure's on for Nano Poison.
KX dropping it down. Pinhead will send it all the way downfield. Tallahassee takes a shot. Pinhead picks it up. Great passing play a minute and a half into this game, and it's Sporks taking a 1-0 lead.
Mercy, my friend. And I said both teams looking to seize the opportunities. Pinhead, the one able to get in for that first blood there. It was off of a little bit of a rough transition for Nano Poison. They're going to look to try to transition back a tiny bit faster. Yes, I have been corrected. Tallahassee. It's like Tallahassee, only better.
Well, I mean, it's not hard to get better than Tallahassee. Tallahassee, much, much better. Glad to have that corrected. And, hopefully now when an excellent goal comes through, we'll be able to get it through. Is that one excellent save from Tallahassee? Nano Poison looking to collapse on it on the follow-through, but it's not quite there. It'll be Pinhead with a solid clear downfield. Notice into K. It's a kill down. Pinhead trying to connect on it. They both actually double commit, and it's a shot from Nano Poison, saved by Pinhead out of the corner. Nano Poison looking for a redirect. He misses. Notice playing it over again. Nano Poison blocked. This one getting sent downfield yet again. Half the game gone. Still a 1-0 lead here, Kendo.
Yeah, really good stuff. And Slowly but surely, Nano Poison, they're letting themselves sink into an offensive spot. Nano Poison just to the side as KX had a great setup there. It isn't necessarily the shots on net, though, that they need. They could really hem this Sports squad in their own zone if they just look for extra touches, put the ball to the side, control through that first man. They're trying to score on 2 defenders back, and it's very difficult to do so.
That's a miss from Notice as well. Talasy trying to get it out to Pinhead. Will be back against the back wall. Follow up, not there. K out of the corner. It's Talasy trying to get there in time, but KX able to get it up in the air, and Nano Poison to follow it through. Pinhead with a return. Talasy up. Looks for the redirect. It's K, but KX again getting in front of that. And it's been really solid defense from both sides so far.
Really solid, but KX with the ball in the mid. This is pure Rocket League. Pinhead, the ball down, immediately put up by Nano Poison, and the read here from KX may be the best play we see all day, as that is top shelf on the shot placement. Excellent.
I mean, absolutely. And, you know, with this being a sort of collegiate tournament right now, I'm sure that it's going to be very impressive that he's able to get reads at that sort of level. Absolutely brilliant. Minute and 15 left to go. Now with a tie ball game between these two teams, it becomes really interesting here in the final moments as a shot comes close. K trying to get there quickly on the follow through, but now on the back end, Sport's gonna have to play defense, and Nano Poison just gonna slot it through right with a minute to go.
Read after read, we see Notice coming up, puts this ball just high enough, it gets off the top corner and straight down. Nano Poison already up, reread that circumstance and knew exactly where the ball was gonna fall. Excellent goal number 2. They could put on a clinic at this point, Sleegy. Oh my, that's exactly what KX is gonna do here.
There it is, right there. So short after the kickoff, and then KX able to just get that slot around and over top. Pinhead, a beautiful solo effort on the play. And we'll give them a 2-goal lead now with 56 to go. Kickoff won by Notice, but it's Talasy to pick it up quickly. Gets it in midfield. Pinhead takes a shot. KX finds the touch, but not the save. And that'll get one back for the Sports.
I feel like this is deja vu. You've been in this place before. Pinhead across the net, just straight towards the net. Only one defender there to try to get a nose on it. And again, Pinhead will reduce the lead to 1. There's 48 seconds, so you're saying there's a chance.
There's always a chance. It just comes down to how much either of these teams want it right now. It really feels like Nano Poison truly wanting this one. Oh, K was looking for the bump on KX. Will be out of the corner again. Notice. Gets it around 1. Grabs boost with K on the ball. It'll be KX again. Back wall, straight down. KX down to Nano Poison. But I think the read happened too quickly for Nano Poison to be able to find that touch. And now time running out. Sports need to find something here in the next 13 seconds.
And I'd like to see a little bit of physicality as well. 13 and 10. This is going to be in the box. Talasy shot, scores! And it is the boys in orange. They are back in it.
And this is a massive mistake from KX. It was out into the corner. Nobody was pressuring you. What are you doing? My goodness. A missed touch almost goes in on his own, but then Talasy able to collapse. 5 seconds left to go, and that mistake will get things back level. And it very well could send us to overtime. One final shot. It's not going to go through, and we do have overtime in game number 1.
Well, this is shaping up to be quite the banger of a matchup. Both of these teams have had their time to shine, and they've done so well. It's been excellent reads that have created offense for Nano Poison, whereas Sports, they're taking advantage of the slight misses and taking advantage also of larger numbers down the field. They're making people miss in the mid, Sleegy, and that is something I feel like every team needs to do. But here is a read in 3 quarters. Pinhead and K both up. They are apt to make that touch. That could have been very dangerous if they miss.
Very well could be. 30 seconds into this overtime, and it's been a lot of pressure from Nano Poison. Sports absolutely could get something on a quick counter. And speaking of those, it's K taking a shot too high. Nano Poison able to clear it off the back wall. be K again looking for something, but a send downfield from KX. 50-50 there as well. Notice looking to get set back, but he turns quickly. K dropping it down. Talasy, looking for that soft angle. Nanopoison diving across. And now on the return, great passing play into each other with speed. But again, the defensive Sporks holding strong for the time being.
For the time being, a minute 15 in, and Talasy, plenty of room to work with, immediately interrupted by Nanopoison. And this ball, just in a heated scrum in the midfield. It is a loose one for Talasy, though. We'll try to keep this up in the box, but again, to no avail. Both of these teams really slapping that ball down the other zone. Notice, trying to get it open net. K was taken out by KX in the box, and you're seeing a lot more physicality coming out from both of these teams.
Ooh, good demo there from K. And head into the side wall. KX takes a shot, and it's an absolute banger for the left side. Perfect placement. No way that anyone was going to be able to get back to that, especially K. And a beautiful goal. They make up for the mistake in regulation by scoring in overtime.
We talked about this in the previous matchup with Kansas State and Allure. The fact is, you need to make sure you keep control of those balls hard off the sidewall in your own zone. What happens? You lost it. KX is immediately on it, and Nanopoison has shown us they are very apt to read the ball much better than average from what we have seen so far here. KX, Hattie to his name, definitely put in a solid effort, but it was an all-around team effort from Nanopoison that ends up seeing this game won.
Yeah. It is, and so now it will be Nanopoison up on series point, because again, these are best of three. So the Sporks going to have to really try and give it their all here. Their backs are going to be against the walls very quickly, and if they have a hope to see map number 3, which we haven't been able to see so far, every series so far has ended on Salty Shores night. What do you think that they really need to do to step up their game here in the second one, Kendo?
For Talasy and company, I do feel like what they need to do would be control the mid a tiny bit more. Like, you are getting push and leeway in the offensive zone once you have it there, but your opportunities are few and far between. Only 6 shots on net, and the byproduct of that was due in part to the fact they were rushing themselves through the mid. They have taken advantage of little touches like that, and K gonna score first blood. Let's see if they can ride that momentum.
Yeah, it's a great start for them here. You see K, quick little turn to get on the right side of the ball, gets it just behind KX, but with enough power that KX can't catch up to it in time. And it's just a smart play from Sporks. It gets them the goal first 9 seconds into this game. It's exactly how they would have wanted to start, considering that, again, they are backs against the wall. This is series point that they're facing here.
But these two teams, they seem equal to each other at the moment. Both teams are performing aptly in their own strengths. I'm going to be very interested to see how much the reads from Nanopoison are sustainable, because we've seen some outrageous reads so far out of the boys in blue. Can they keep it up is the largest key, in my opinion, to this game, because 3 of those 4 goals were off of these excellent reads.
They were. This one's going to be falling straight back down. Talasy with another great shot with power. Puts it in the top left corner. That doubles their lead.
I ran this one all the way through the Florida Panhandle, my friend, and really good stuff from Sporks so far. Now, 2 goals, 52 seconds into game number 2. You have a large amount of momentum. You need to continue to carry that. Don't allow Nanopoison to have a breath here. And who knows, take it to that game number 3 that has eluded us so far.
All the way over to this right side. Nanopoison was looking to center. The drop down, KX off the back wall. Talasy, not a great turn, but it's a really soft touch there from Nanopoison, not able to get it on target. K drop down again. It's from Nanopoison. KX up for this one, 50-50 on K. It'll be Notice sending a shot near, but Pinhead able to find the save. Follow through over to this right side. Notice looking for another, but it's a miss. And now Tallahassee with possession is off the back wall. K-Hex is sending it away. A hit there from K, but it pings off the line's defender. But we're not seeing a whole lot of the same offensive pressure that we saw from Nanopoison as a team in that first game.
Yeah, not quite, but I feel like a lot of that is due in part to the amount of pressure that we're seeing come out of Sports. They're doing an excellent job of really hindering the reads that Nanopoison had plenty of time to take in game number 1, and that is going to really be a great response, a great adjustment for them. Can they keep it up? That's kind of my question right here. We have reached halftime, though. They have maintained the 2-goal lead. Through here is a shot on the Pinhead. Just able to keep it across. So close were Nanopoison, and this might be a punish the other way. Great touch by Nanopoison.
We'll see what Notice can do with it back the other way. It's a strong clear into the corner. Follow up wide, but it might be up for K-Hex here. Drop down will be through. And finally, they're able to get on the board in game 2, and it gets them back within 1.
And Notice, given the time by K to really make that play happen, the ball lofted high enough. KX also in a very inconvenient spot was that ball offensively. 2 men in the net, not enough to keep the ball out.
Ooh, great save there from KX as well. Notice gets it over top. Beautiful finish. Just like that, a brace, and they are straight back into this game.
Crazy thing is, Notice even got bumped at the beginning of that play. It seemed like it was a scuffed rotation here. Tallahassee, you got me again, my friend. For some reason, I don't know whether it's that Florida region that we keep thinking about.
Ocala is calling, man.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta, what is that rivalry game between Florida and Georgia? Never mind.
I mean, it's not much of a rivalry between those two. Florida never wins. We'll see what happens in this one. A minute 45, we got a tie game, and you know, it feels like the Sporks at the start, they really were riding the coattails of that early momentum, Kendo, but you know, as time has gone along, it's felt like Nanopoison, as again, the team, doing a much better job of taking advantage of the situations when they've come their way.
As you saw the read there, Nano almost able to get that pass from Notice out of the corner. The fact is, they're getting more time to try to put things on net. Sporks had the 2-goal lead, and it just seems they became complacent with that 2-goal lead. As such, they played on their heels, and that is not where they want to be. They want to be interactive. They want to be pressuring the ball, pushing it into rough circumstances, as K put that right in his box. We do have a Rule 1, so 2v2 Rocket League here for a second. K not able to take advantage as Notice is going to sweep it across. Oh, the demo. That's dirty. Pinhead. Wow.
Pinhead knew that his teammate wasn't going to break the Rule 1. The only truly, I guess you could say, honorable way of breaking it. Be interesting to see how that affects the rest of the game, though. We know how the Rocket Guns do not approve of any sort of breaking the Rule 1. And 30 seconds to go in a tie game. It's an interesting decision, but we'll see how it plays out for them. As that shot comes close, follow-up not there from Pinhead. K should be able to pick this one up. Sends it near again. Pinhead straight back down. Tallahassee, oh, so close. It would have been a wonderful play for them to score. Now with 15 seconds, Nanopoison, soft touch, looking for bumps. KX sends it on, but K able to find the save. My goodness, a ping off the post. I thought that might just ring in.
Yeah, they sent a lot of resources into that push down the other way. And now it looks to be we have another overtime, Sleegy. You really couldn't ask for more between these two teams. They are very closely matched.
And that they are. And second overtime in a row. Nanopoison able to find the goal. They will move on to the next stage. Sports able to find the next goal, and they'll move on to the next game. This one going to be falling down. Tallahassee dropped close. A bit too far out in front. Nanopoison over to this left side. KX looking to follow it up, but Tallahassee there first. Straight down again. K into Notice. It's a shot on target, but slow. Pinhead able to pick it up. KX again. Their little pop-up gets over top of one. Nano Poison gets it off the backboard. Oh, the follow-through not quite there. The follow-up from Notice was, though, and K forced to make the save. KX also getting on target. And now they got to quickly get on defense, and that is a clutch touch there from Nano Poison.
He's out of boost, though. Needs to pass it off to a teammate. Notice with the shot towards the net. And they do get a clean recoup of the forces here as they stole a lot of boost. Notice with the goal off of the loose ball in the mid.
Yeah, and this is just an excellent pickup. Look at it. Across from KX and Notice the speed to beat. K trying to close it down. Unfortunately, it's a double commit from the Sporks. And just like that, they take 2 overtimes in a row and take the series 2-0.
Mercy. Absolute mercy. The Nano Poison, they purely outshot Sporks. This is a foregone conclusion. It's an afterthought at this point, my friend. Nano Poison were able to have better possession because the Sporks still losing out in the middle. And then Sporks go up too early. You cannot become complacent. They stay on the back foot and they just allow Nano Poison to put their reads back into play. And those reads were a thing of beauty. This squad is going to be one to watch. If they are given the time to make the plays, they've shown they're apt to make them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just a great performance from Nano Poison, especially being down 2-0 and then getting 3 goals uncontested, the last one coming in overtime. That is going to do a whole lot for their momentum going farther along in this tournament. And Hunted, you know, I wanted to get your thoughts. What did you think about that sort of last half comeback from Team Nano Poison in that second game?
As a caster, part of me is a little bittersweet about it. I wanted a game 3. We haven't had one all day today, and that series was looking like our best chance so far. But no, I mean, it was an exciting game number 2. Both games were really exciting. I mean, the fact that we even had overtime in game 1 was a bit surprising, to be fair. But my goodness, a fun series all the way around. And I mean, that mistake out in front by KX in game 1, Kento, I see you shaking your head over there. I mean, if they drop that game, this is a completely different series.
Oh, man, is it ever, my friend. And, you know, credit to Nano Poison. The boys, they recouped around as a team. If one teammate has an issue, if they end up having a small deficiency that leads to a goal, you love to see the rest of your team scoop you up, elevate you to a different level. That is exactly what they did multiple times as a team. Game number 2, the fact is you're down by 2. You've been really stymied with your reads. And what do? They notice the moment that this squad takes a break on the pressure they had put in the mid, they took full advantage. They get a couple extra reads. They get the extra touch, and they take it to overtime again. It was a great job by Nano Poison to stay steadfast in adversity.
Well, I'm really glad that you mentioned scooping up your teammates, carrying them onward towards victory. As Kenda, you have been great today, carrying the load for the duo. Certainly.
I mean, it was made a little bit easier with you being on the hosting role.
Yes, I do. I had to get my shot in. I don't know if you're going to be on for the next series or not. So you got to take one.
No, after that, I don't know if I no.
Well, I mean, what are your thoughts there, C? And how close those games were? I mean, with game number 2 going to overtime in pretty dramatic fashion, very similar to game 1. I mean, did you really think it was going to end 2-0?
I didn't. I thought it was going to game 3. I really felt like they were going to be able to pull it through, but in the end, Nano Poison, you know, they're just connecting on those plays. It was a last half surge. They were able to make it happen, and then, you know, they took the first overtime. There's no reason to say they shouldn't. Again, I was with you. I wanted a game 3. We didn't end up getting it, but I still feel like that was the most exciting series we've seen so far today. 2 back-to-back overtimes is always going to be fun.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for the call in that extremely exciting matchup. We are going to go ahead and take a very short break. We've got round number 4 on the other side. Make sure that you keep it right here. And while you're at it, follow the AVGL channel. Turn on those notifications so you can be notified when next we go live. But we've got plenty more Rocket League left today. This is the Intel Inspires Qualifier number 2, brought to you by AVGL.
Want to lose it all, lose it all. I don't want to lose it all, loving you. No, I don't wanna lose it all, lose it all, loving you. No, I have been too scared to letting go. I don't want to lose it all, no. I don't wanna lose it all, loving you. No, I have been too scared to letting go. I don't wanna. I don't want to lose it all, lose it all. I don't want to lose it all, loving you. No, I don't wanna lose it all, loving you. No, I have been too scared to letting go. I don't want to lose it all, no. See it all. I don't wanna lose it all, no.
She found a way into my heart.
Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Inspires series. I am your host, Hunted. Sleeky is still with us, and Kendall looks a little different, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Kendall looks extremely different, actually.
Well, we're
He got
gonna
a makeover.
Massive improvement, I must say.
I wasn't gonna say it, so
I mean,
but I'm
Well,
still
we,
the same guy you know and love. Don't worry.
We do
the
welcome
voice
on.
sounds better, too. I mean, good Lord.
Man, you just spent 3 series casting with the guy, and you throw him under the bus immediately.
Yeah, well, he's not here to defend himself, so of
Oh,
course
that's
I
fair.
do.
That is fair. Well, we welcome on Samuel to the broadcast, and we are halfway through the day. 3 more matches, 3 more rounds upcoming, and this one promises to be quite a good one. Sleeky, I'm going to start with you as you were here for the last one. Team Nano Poison, we're going to follow them. They've got Team Cash up next, and Nano Poison, 2 games in OT. How do you think they stack up here?
I think that they've got a pretty good chance. They really looked good in that last series, as we saw. You know, you don't get 2 overtime wins just by chance. So I'm curious to see if they can continue that momentum forward. I know that this Cash team is pretty good. Like, the players on it are looking really strong. So it'll be an interesting challenge for Nano Poison. But I think I'm just excited overall. And I want a game 3. Give me a game 3. I want 3 games in this series, not 2. Not 1, well, at least 1, but 3. 3. Caster Maths, 2 plus 1, 3.
I'm right there with you. We almost had it in the last series, came just a bit short, but Sam, again, welcome on to the broadcast. And I mean, how if we do see a game 3, I mean, with everything on the line, a qualifier for $250,000 here today. So, I mean, how do you even approach a game 3 if you're in that situation?
Hey, just play your game. Play exactly how you would any other time. You can't get spooked by the game 3 situation. You got to be able to play clutch when it matters. So just bring it to the other team. Make sure that you put the fight to them before they do that to you. No doubt about that.
And that is one of the things that we saw Team Poison do quite well. And Sleeky, I mean, again, in that game number 1, a pretty nasty mistake to kind of cause that first overtime. We talked about it at the end of the series, but I mean, the fact that that team was able to turn that into a victory, even with quite a difficult ending to that regulation time, that's going to speak volumes for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really poor mistake. Let's be 100% honest. There's no one pressuring it. It was not on target, and then the hit, almost an own goal, and then ended up turning into a sort of a kill in front of net that led to the goal that pushed it overtime. But for them to stay on top of it and grab that first overtime win, and then, you know, going into the second game, being down, able to surge back and win in the second overtime, it shows that they don't ever give up. It shows that, you know, they have the mindset to finish out these games. And so coming into this game against a team like Cash, they just need to continue that sort of level of tenacity that we saw from it before.
Oh, no, most definitely. And Team Cash, a team we have not yet had the opportunity. And Sam, you got a little bit of inside information before we started this from our wonderful broadcast team. I mean, what did you learn from them about Team Cash?
Well, I mean, I'm told out the gate already that they're very, very good, that this is going to be a good matchup, a tough matchup for Nano Poison. From what I understand, Team Cash definitely has some high-level players. I was getting some info on their MMR, which is always some good insight. Of course, ranked not everything, but when you see guys sitting up into the 1800s or higher, from what I understand, that's going to be really, really good, because that is more than solidly GC. That is a very, very good player when you're at that level. So, yeah, I think for Nano Poison, they're going to have to bring a lot of that clutch play and make sure they bring their game, no doubt, against a very, very good Cash team.
Well, I'm excited to get game number 1 underway. Boys, have a good one. Please, Sleeky, go ahead, take us away.
Yeah, appreciate it. And Sam, yeah, game number 1 on the horizon here. And again, I'm just excited to see where this goes. And, you know, before we get into anything, I do want to ask you, who do you feel is going to be the team to take this, just sort of from your very, very, very first initial thoughts of both of these sides?
It's hard to go against my broadcaster in the background who's like telling me essentially what to do. I mean, that's what that guy's always doing. But I'm honestly, I'm going to go Nano Poison. I like the steam that they've got from that previous game. Going OT like that, getting the win. So I'm riding the wave here of Nano Poison.
All right, Nano Poison it is. I guess just for the fun of it, I'll go against you and take Cash, but we'll see what ends up happening here as we do get the first game underway, and it's almost a goal from Nano Poison for Nano Poison to start things off. A follow-up from K-Hex off the bar. That's 2 right off the back. Nano Poison again. No one's back in the fence, and it will be Nano Poison taking the first goal of the game.
And wow, what a start there. Quick start here as Nano Poison himself, a little confusing as the man's name is his team name as well, but he was peppering the net early and finds that goal as the orange side comes out flying.
Well, first one about a little under 30 seconds in. Future Baller trying to get it cleared. It's Nano Poison collapsing on it. Evan Mack getting it around again. It'll be Notice. Quite enough. K-Hex shot taken on target and through. That's 2-0. We're not even a minute through with game number 1.
Man, yeah, these guys are just so quick on this side, getting to the ball over and over before Cash does, and they're just putting these shots on. Eventually, you will find the back of the net if you can overwhelm a defense like we're seeing so far. It's only been a little bit under a minute here, and we are just absolutely cruising here for the orange side.
Ooh, but a great redirect shot off the corner from Future Baller. I mean, that's an excellent play, and it'll get him back within 1.
Yeah, he really utilizes that corner well, perfectly reads it, beats Notice to the ball, and gets it through. Good response there from Future Baller. Cash needed something, had to get some sort of effort going before this game got away from him, and that's a really good response there from Future Baller.
This one floating down. Notice into Future Baller. Will be played across. Nano Poison straight down for Notice again. Redirect on target. Evan finds the touch. Is able to convert it into a save, and then Versus to send it out to the side wall. Evan dragging it down. Notice able to find that save, but it's some solid solo efforts on both sides of the field so far.
Yeah, Evan does a great job there on the goal line with that control, and then puts the ball downfield. Gets a real good shot on net here. So one thing for Cash, they're definitely not going away. They did give up those early goals, but we can see that they are still in this here, as honestly things have really evened out. It's going to be a very even matchup. We're going to see that game 3, Sleepy.
And we are.
I know it.
Hopefully, at least. I feel it with you, though. I do feel it. Both of these teams really hitting on the same points, but right now, Nano Poison hitting on target makes it 3-1, and this is just a lot of open space. That's a giveaway from Evan Mack.
Yeah, no, good response, though, from Nano Poison. You said it. The ball coughed up, but good job by Nano to get into the air, put an accurate shot on, and make Cash pay. Definitely anytime the defense makes a mistake, you want to be able to cash in. Pun intended, I have to say.
Well, it's been some poisonous strikes over on the other side of the field. Let's see how much farther that can continue into the future. This is going to be another hit over to the right side. K-Hex to pick up and send downfield. It'll be Noticed. Good redirect into the corner. Could be something here for Nano, but he's not able to quite find the touch. Now Mack with an opportunity. Ooh, a great little flick there over top and in. Going to get it just through Notice. Made it back within 1 yet again.
And we have seen the control now, the display here from Mack. This time it's on the offensive side, and that individual effort all the way downfield is going to get Nano back within 1. Evan, I'm told, actually, with the goal. However you call it, that's a good one, and this is a guy who is putting his team on his back right now.
Evan gets a good pop-up there as well as he's sending it down the right side. K-Hex with the intercept. We back out, Notice. Touch it to the corner. He's not going to be able to find the follow-up, and the demo on Nano is going to get him out of the play as well. Evan to the sidewall again. Redirect back in midfield a bit too strong. Evan pops this one up. Nano Poison into Versus. Still in the air. Future Baller drop down and in, and that's going to get things back level.
What a dunk there, as he is indeed a baller. I'm thinking he's getting there sooner than his name implies. What a stuff there in the air for the third for Cash. They have battled back here to get the tie. Evan and Baller, these two really combining for a lot of good plays here on the offensive side. Versus, he's been there as well when they need him, but 2 of the 3 here for Cash really shining.
Yeah, shining bright as well. This has been a really good game so far. Now with a minute and 50 to go, it'll be versus back down the left side. K-Hex pop up. Oh, good follow through as well. Might have a third. He does. Gets it out in front. Nano's not able to get there in time. Now Future Baller takes his shot. It'll be out of the corner. Versus follows up, and it's a banger perfectly in the top right corner.
Yeah, what a follow. What a shot. It's Baller that gets it started off, and then the juicy rebound out front. KX is there, but can't get up in time, and Cash now have come storming back to get the lead. And we talked about Versus. He had not gotten in on the offensive play yet, but he finds the goal there just at the right time, but he needs to find a stop. Can't do it. Notice will scream back here for Nano.
Yeah, this is just another really good play. They're so back and forth right now. Notice sliding that one past Versus. And we're really seeing both of these teams pick up the pressure as time moves along. Absolutely insane. 8 goals so far in this opening game between these two, Sam.
Oh yeah, what a offensive onslaught it's been. And hey, this is perfect time for me to join in. I'm digging this pretty good. I love goals, who doesn't? And I love that it's so evenly matched as well, Sleeky.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're going to see how this game continues. It's another long clear. K-Hex able to get in the way. He'll be out of the corner. Future Baller back wall straight down too high. Follow-up is through, and Evan again putting it through. Makes it 5-4 now in favor of them.
And we've seen both teams actually do this really well once they get down on offense. Just quick to the air. We see it on the previous hit from Versus. Evan Mack gets the rebound, but the speed on these opportunities is making it real tough for both sides. I think the backboard defense going to come in crucial as we move forward here. But either way, these two teams have shown that they are going to put up goals. Would not be surprised if we see Orange respond. Good flick into the air, but can't get the follow. The one thing for Nano, they don't go away, man. They just immediately come back, and I'd love to see them do that here in the final minute. Get us to OT. Come on. I'm just a fan of Rocket League, so you have to say I don't really care who wins or loses. I just want to see this action play on.
Yeah, I do as well. In the final 30 seconds, an opportunity in the little pit here for Nano Poison. Try and find their way back. Level opportunity blocked from Evan. It'll be KX out of the corner, straight down. Follow-up's going to be a bit high, but it's a miss from Future Baller, and that's going to be the equalizer there from Nano.
Oh, and as Notice loses connection, thankfully his team gets a goal right prior. What a moment, what a time to get this tied up. 9 seconds to go, but we're going to give Notice an opportunity to get back into this game, and that's going to set us up for a really good moment here with this kickoff in 9 seconds and that tie late. What a game so far, Sleegy. This gives us time to breathe. I was kind of needing that, to be honest with you, especially after this late goal that we've seen here. I tell you what, these teams just don't quit.
Yeah, no, they don't at all. And really, that equalizer, massive as far as momentum is concerned. We are just giving a moment for Notice to try and get back into this game. We do have everything paused. When we come back, it will be a kickoff with 9 seconds with the score tied 5-5. But again, Sam, my goodness, 10 goals between these teams, and it's absolutely insane how back and forth everything has truly been so far.
No doubt about it. There's been a lot of good plays in the mid, I think, from both sides. It's funny, when one team makes a play in mid, the other's not even usually there to challenge. So it's these quick transition plays, usually a redirect of some sort to get things started. And then once the play is downfield, both teams have had a lot of really good offensive chances, and they've been getting to the ball fast. They've been doing all of the right things on offense, and I think that's why we're seeing so many goals. Defensive rotations have been pretty solid. The only thing I can say really from both sides is make sure you just defend that backboard, get up into the air as fast as you possibly can, because there's been times where it has just been that shot after shot after shot. Defense gets starved for boost, and then before you know it, it's a goal. I'm really excited to see how OT plays through. It could end in a hurry, or these two teams could play on and on and on. It just feels like it could go either way. But I think the defense going to have to shape up just a little bit, or it may end even before we get there. We got 9 seconds. We could score 3 or 4. Well, okay, maybe not that many. Maybe I'm getting carried away.
We could score one or two.
Hey, you never know.
You never know. You never know. But I am excited to see. I do think my gut is telling me that this is going to go into overtime. And to be honest with you, that's sort of what I am hoping for, is to see an overtime between these two teams. But we're just going to have to wait and find out. Again, it's going to be really interesting to see what they come out with, especially with this little bit of an extended break. We should be getting Notice back in here any moment now. And when he does, how both of these teams approach the ensuing kickoff, it's really going to be fascinating.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I have to say, of course, even though Nano's lost a little bit of that momentum, that was so clutch. 9 seconds. They didn't know that their teammate was about to get that DC as well. So even more important that they score. So such a clutch goal already. They've got a lot of momentum on the kickoff, but we'll see. We're getting him in. I see some messages there. He's getting closer and closer to joining us, really setting us up for a lot of suspense here as we get into the kickoff. If we don't get a score in the 9 seconds and we go to OT, I'm super, super interested to see how both teams play it, because we could see the teams start to get a little bit more defensive minded. Right now, it's been really, really open. A lot of just plays downfield, not necessarily worrying as much about defense. Quick, aggressive play. And I'm curious if both teams keep that up in OT.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see. Again, looks like he's still waiting to get back in here, having a little bit of technical difficulties. But again, once we are able to get him back into the lobby, we will be continuing on here. But, what do you think needs to happen on sort of both sides of the ball for both of these teams coming, once we do come back, to try and come away with a victory here?
I mean, honestly, you could really play it two ways, right? You could try to kind of turtle up and just look for that transition attack, or you could try to just push it on offense and continue doing that. But I think both sides have shown that if they're offensive minded, there's a very good chance they may give up that goal as well. I don't know. I like the pace that the teams are playing. If I were them, I'd just continue to play how they've been playing. These are kind of like two heavyweights just slugging it out right now. And so I don't think they're really stressing too much about everything. They're just trying to get to the ball as fast as they can. I like that style. I would just keep what we've got going right now. I mean, maybe that's the fan in me saying that, because I don't want the teams to change. We've already got 10 goals. That was amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And just to keep everyone watching updated, we are still waiting on Notice to get back into this game. It looks like his maybe having some internet issues. We're monitoring the situation, and once sort of admin lets us know what's going on, we'll pass that on to you. Hopefully, we're able to continue on this game and the rest of the series, but we'll just have to wait and see with what's going on here. But again, I want to go back to that sort of goal that was just scored. You have a goal that puts sort of Cash in the lead with about 46 seconds left in the match. And for Nano Poison, with 9 seconds left to go, to slot in an equalizer, you're really pushing for that overtime. Maybe you grab one here right after kickoff. It's really massive, and it shows, I think, a lot of what we saw from them in the last game. We saw a lot of tenacity. We saw them not really giving up. In the first game, they gave away a massive play that led to overtime, and they won. And in the second game, they scored 2 in a row to be able to get back into the game to win in overtime again. So it really feels on form for how they've been playing so far.
No doubt about it. I mean, yeah, you said it. These teams, this team, they just won't go away. They just always get this clutch play, even if they're on the other side of it, giving it up late, still finding a way to come back. So I just love the tenacity, as you put it. I think that's a great word to describe the orange side. But on the other side, we see that Cash is also up to the challenge. They were down in this game as well, and they were able to battle back too. So you'll love the lead changes. I expect that we will continue to see that in this series. But the great thing about OT is obviously that's that sudden death situation. So I think both teams will have that in the back of their minds as they play. I think they're going to elevate their play, though, as well. I don't think we're going to see the teams start to falter. I think OT will bring out the best we've seen in these two teams.
No, I absolutely agree with you. And you know, the interesting thing about it as well is with this being a best of 3, the OT is even more important. I really feel at this point you're pretty much in golden goal territory. If you score in the last 9 seconds, that's going to close out the game for you. Obviously, if you score in overtime, you get the victory. And then with it being best of 3, you're automatically on series point. You just have to win one more game. And it really puts a lot of pressure on the other side of the ball. And that pressure can be a really big deal, especially now with what has been a pretty extended break. You know, still trying to get Notice back into this lobby. But hopefully when we are able to get continued back here, that pressure on whoever wins the game is going to be really interesting to see as the rest of the series develops.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you said it, best of 3 is unforgiving, no doubt about that. I mean, the weight of game 1 definitely cannot be overstated. And then as soon as you get that one win, your opponent's now on series point. And so, yeah, this now is a situation we're in where it does feel like the next goal is going to decide it. That's huge. That means the next goal is going to put a team in a position to potentially just close this series out. We are underway, though, as we are back in. This is a little recap as we saw this late goal here. 9 seconds, 5-5. We are underway. We're back.
Yeah, that we are. Final 8 will begin to tick down again as play resumes. Notice finally able to get back into the lobby. It'll be a send downfield, out of the corner, pop-up, not going to happen. We've got overtime in game number 1.
All right, we said what we needed to say, I think, about this OT. We just got to let this rest. We got to let these two teams play it out and see which one is the better at the end of this.
Now we will, and so we'll see what happens here. It starts with some initial pressure from Nano Poison. When it's in back downfield from Cash. Demo on KX there. It'll be Evan out in the midfield versus plays it into the corner. Notice will put it into the side wall. Will come straight back down. Notice again takes a shot and scores. And that will be it. Nano Poison in 26 seconds of overtime will take game number 1.
Doesn't take long. Notice off maybe evaluating some play. No, he wouldn't do that. It was a disconnect. We all saw it, but he does come back strong, not cold at all. Able to get back in and make quick work of Cash in OT. So that is Nano with that late comeback. I know it seems like forever ago now, but they get that goal with 9 seconds left, and then they get this goal in OT. This has been the story here for these guys. They somehow just push it to OT, and then they close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now going into game 2, this is going to be another interesting situation. Nano Poison as a team will be up on a 1-0 lead on series point, 5 minutes away from grabbing the win, and it's going to have to take the next 2 in a row for Cash to be able to get themselves back in a winning position. So again, that pressure we were talking about is going to absolutely be present here. We're on salty shores yet again. We have not escaped this map. This map has been the destroyer of dreams for teams so far tonight. And we'll see if it is yet again as we get started.
I mean, if you're going to lose, what better place here than on the beach, you know? It's a nice night here on salty shores. And that may be the beginning of the end here for Cash, as just 5 seconds in, we see Nano Poison get started yet again with a goal. Notice the same one who finished the last game off, he gets us started here.
Yeah, and that's just a really great redirect right underneath the bar to make it happen. Kick off again here, and we're going to have to see more pressure from this Cash team. And right as I say that, it's a great shot from Evan. Follow up in the center, not enough. K-Hex looking to play it away. It'll be versus again in the sidewall. Nano Poison still in front. It'll be out of the corner again. Another send downfield. It's versus carrying it around to the left side. It's a little flick up. K-Hex off the wall. Notice takes it, pushes it across. Nano, almost able to slide his way through. It's not quite enough. That was a great attack on that side of the field.
Oh, and what a block, a read there. That stop on the side of Cash was glorious, and I tell you, it's really big when you talk about where Cash is in this series. They want to keep this game close. That was a beautiful, beautiful save there from Future Baller.
And it was another opportunity here for Nano, just off the ceiling. Side wall, Evan going to drop it down. It'll be Notice sending it back downfield on the right side. Out of the corner, and Versus will send it through. Future Baller. Back wall into K-Hex. Follow up cross over top of Versus. Evan has to cut it off. It'll be noticed again on the side wall. Minute and a half gone here, Sam. Still 1-0 lead with plenty of opportunities for, you know, a comeback in this game for Cash.
No doubt about it. It's interesting, though. They're really playing a dangerous style here. They want that goal bad. You can see Cash, when they start to push the ball upfield, it is all three guys forward, and we see their third man just waiting, ready, just wanting to dive in. And honestly, you got to watch out playing that way because you can give up a goal in a hurry. See how it plays out. See if it ends up working out. Now we got a 2-on-1 back the other way. Future baller, though, will just get it absolutely robbed there from KX. Just steps up, takes that ball away.
Yeah, and now it's over top again. Evan looking to close it down. Out in midfield, Future Baller a bit too close. It'll be Versus to cut it down. Send across, back wall. Follow up from Nano is not enough to get away, but notice sends it close. What a redirect pass and score. And it makes it 2-0 in this game.
Yeah, what a first pass there from Nano Poison right out front. And then notice even puts it up where Nano is, and that is just absolute class Rocket League right there. You'll love the give and go, the 1-2 play that we see between the two players there for Nano Poison. They have extended their lead, and they will do it again. KX there gets a third as Nano Poison right off the kickoff. It takes a couple, but they managed to get it, and that now is a really, really big lead and Cash in a tough spot.
Yeah, so now halfway into the game, 3-0 lead. It's looking rough for Cash in this one, but there still is that opportunity, but it continues to get farther and farther away as a fourth on the board now for Notice, from Notice. Notice himself grabbing his second of the game, and this is making it as difficult as possible.
Oh, no doubt about it. And we're seeing really, really aggressive play from Nano Poison. They've cheated up on these kickoffs multiple times, looking for these goals, finding them, and it's worked now to get them such a monstrous lead. 4 goals. The only thing in Cash's favor is they've got some time on the clock, but we're still seeing Nano Poison control possession and just continue to put their foot down on Cash.
Once again, another shot saved by Evan. Follow up saved again by Versus. Seeing a couple of good saves, but they need to get better offense going on here. Time running thin, only 2 minutes left, and that's a great block from Nano. Future Baller dropping it down. Notice looks to pick it up here, gets one flick over to the right side, not able to beat Evan. He's not quick to follow it through. It's another send downfield from Nano. Versus clearing it to the side wall. It'll be another send down the right side out of the corner. K-Hex into Nano, back into the corner again. And the ball just left there for the moment.
Yeah, and I think honestly it's where Cash is right now. Nothing's going right for these guys, and Nano Poison now, they've just went into a mode where they're trying to tick the time off the clock. They're doing so in style, finding goals when they can. That redirect from Notice may just seal it. It's his third, and I tell you what, Nano Poison, they have just absolutely shown up in this second game. There may not be this OT we're used to here, Sleek. I think this one might be done.
No, I think we may see another Game 3 ending a potential sweep on the horizon here again, unless there's some sort of miraculous comeback. That one almost sliding in itself. Notice, again, getting the center Versus missed touch, able to just save it in time. But with only 66 seconds left in the game, it's looking bleak here for Cash.
Yeah, it really is, as 5 goals is basically impossible, and we're still seeing more of the passes out front. Clinical here from Nano Poison, as again, they've just controlled the possession the entire time, and we've really seen Cash struggle to get anything going here as the ball still deep into blue territory, and KX will continue that. Unfortunately for Cash, they just could not find a clear in this game to get their offense generated.
No, they couldn't, and it's back down again. Notice with a redirect close, but it's not close enough. Still though, 5-0 lead, 25 seconds. This game pretty much over. And it was a lot closer in the first one. We saw back and forth goals. 5-5 was what we went into overtime with. But in this game, we see 5 again, but not so much on the other side of the field. And it's just like you said, Sam, been a dominant performance from Nano Poison in this game.
Yeah, and I think we saw one team rise to the occasion, and unfortunately the other side just could not keep up as Nano Poison run away with game 2, put a cap on this best of 3 as they get another 2-0 sweep. And it is a statement there against a team that was also undefeated entering, as they will hand Cash their first loss.
Absolutely. And, you know, Hunted, again, I know you've been watching along with us. It was an interesting game 1. It had me thinking that there was a lot more going on in the series, but then that game 2, Nano Poison really picking up the pace. What were sort of your thoughts on how Nano Poison performed in the second half of the series?
Starting to fall asleep. We're trying to get that game ready to go, and it looked like they never woke up afterwards. It was a quick overtime in game 1 for Nano Poison, and then just instantly they started it was dominant gameplay in game 2. And I was really, I was a bit disappointed because I did think that this series was going to go to game 3. I keep thinking these series are going to game 3 after the first one, but yeah, I think that break really kind of hurt Team Cash when they came out, lost the overtime almost immediately. It felt like it took the wind out of their sails, but I digress. I'd love to get your thoughts on really, of course, it is kind of the elephant in the room. We had a very extended break. I know you guys are tired of talking, but one more question before we go to break. Sam, did the break at the end of game 1, did that affect Team Cash?
I mean, it's an interesting thought, right? Because it looked like a completely different team in that second game when we come back, or even in the OT. You wonder, was it the break or was it losing in the way that they did? Because remember, Nano Poison had just tied that game up late. If anything, you'd think that would have taken the momentum away from Nano Poison, who were the ones who did just get that late goal, kind of backbreaking for Cash already. I just wonder if losing in OT was more of a detriment to them than anything else there. I think they struggled in that OT, giving it up there, and just didn't come out quick. And when Nano got a couple of goals on the board, they were playing from behind. So, yeah, it's hard to say, but I think losing in the way that they did might have been the biggest struggle for them.
Well, Sleeky, I mean, Nano Poison, got to give credit to him for the win. What did you like out of that team in game 2?
I mean, just in game 2, I liked the speed that they showed. They were a lot more persistent on getting to the ball. They were a lot less hesitant on the challenges. And I really think that it shut down Cash and a lot of the opportunities that they had and that we saw them having in game number 1. And I think that was the biggest thing, is they were just winning the midfield battles. They were staying on top of the ball. They weren't really giving Cash a lot of time to breathe. And in the end, they just suffocated them. And that's why they weren't even able to get one goal in the second game of that series.
Well, fellas, thank you so much for the exciting 2-game series there. We do need to take a scheduled break this time as we get round number 4 set up and ready for you all. Round number 5. We just played round number 4. Couple more matchups for you here today in this second qualifier, but we'll be back after a couple short minutes. This is the Intel Inspires Day 2 qualifier presented by AVGL.
Close eyes and body see through. Time flies when I'm with you. Looming below the sun, holding me like
Hello, welcome back to the Intel Inspires series presented by AVGL. And I apologize for that intro. Sam, you fixed your camera. He was told his camera was blurry at about 4 seconds before we went live. That was, man, that was clutch, Sam. You did that so fast.
Thank you. It's like a magic trick. We set that up, you know. Thank you. I look good.
Sam, I gotta ask, can you share some of those brain cells with me? You know, I had some chance to rejuvenate over the weekend here, but I'm still not quite up to speed. So
I got a few extra. And
Awesome.
I was also adjusting my headset. I don't know if you saw how clever. Oh, wow. It's like I already won the headset that the folks can win. You know, see that's a nice transition for you.
Speaking of which, I also tend to use HyperX. I have these Audio Technica for broadcasting, but I also use HyperX. Wonderful product. Gotta shout them out. So there you go.
But the folks can win that out there. Every time I was on the site, check out that site. It's like, hey, get in and get yourself entered for this giveaway.
Boom. We all got HyperX products. That's pretty sick. Anyways,
Nice.
Squid, welcome to the
Hi.
broadcast. Hey, I
Hi,
didn't really
thank
get
you.
a chance to introduce you, but welcome to help cover the last couple of series here. It's been a fun day so far, and we are more than happy to have you here with us. And we've got a pretty good matchup to get you to jump straight on in. Team Cash, we're going to follow them. They unfortunately did drop to... oh my goodness, why am I forgetting the name? It was Nanopoison. Team Nanopoison we just watched take down Team Cash. They're going to try to bounce back here against Team Defiant, which is Defiant, Crabbanance, I believe is how you say that, and Sayahu. And Sam, you saw Team Cash. It was a rough showing in Game 2. How do you see them bouncing back here?
Yeah, honestly, I want to see that same sort of offense at the very least that we saw in the first game. I mean, that looked really, really good. I know it ended up not going in their favor, but still putting up goals, looking a lot better in that game than in the second, where it was just a complete, honestly, they got kind of dominated. So I think they need to bounce back. They need to make sure that they're not thinking about that previous series that we just saw. They've got a new series in front of them, a new opponent in front of them. So you just got to bounce back.
Well, and that's a good point, Squid. To get you caught up, if you haven't been aware, Team Cash was undefeated going up against Team Nanopoison, who also were undefeated in that game, and unfortunately, they dropped their first of the day. How do you kind of bounce back in the break time between your first loss and then that next game that's always going to be coming right up next?
Well, I think it's all about taking a moment and stepping back and kind of analyzing what exactly happened. You know, I've been a huge proponent of actually doing the replay review. Obviously, they didn't quite have the time for that, so I think it's kind of just taking that step back, you know, admitting, hey, we lost, maybe we didn't play as optimally as we would have liked, but we had our game plan going into that one. Maybe it didn't work out, but it has in the past. So for us, let's just try and get back into that groove that we had before we came up against Nanopoison, and maybe they'll be able to get back into that groove just fine and make it happen here in the other side. So,
well, and as a follow-up question for you, sir, I mean, this is the 5th round of 6 today, and again, this is a qualifier for a tournament worth $250,000, which is not something these players get to play for very often. So does your approach to a game 5 or to a 5th round game change than it did to, say, game 1 or 2?
well, I think that for these players, and we've actually seen this in some interviews with top-level players, is that they want to go in with honestly the same kind of attitude, because it should be no different fundamentally from that first game or that second game. I mean, all it is just putting the ball in the back of the opponent's net, and I know it's pretty simple to say. Obviously, you know, Captain Obvious has joined the lobby, but that's just the way it is. All it really is at the end of the day is scoring more goals than your opponent. What more can you say about it?
Well, absolutely. It does sometimes come just down to scoring more goals, and unfortunately, Team Cash wasn't the team to do that in the last series. Sam, what are their keys to victory here against Team Defiant?
Putting that game behind them, like I said previously, coming out strong, not allowing a team to put them behind so many goals. I mean, we see how tough it is. Anytime, any team who goes down, it's hard to, you give up 2, 3 before responding yourself, and that game could be over before you even know it. So they got to come out quick to start this and play their game. And don't worry about what's on the line or what they could potentially win or lose. I think it's really cool that there's all this potential scholarship money out there for these guys to actually, further their collegiate careers. Actually, some of these guys are just high school kids trying to get out there. So yeah, I love it. We're in. I think we're still testing. We are so close to this game. They tricked me for a second, but I honestly, they just got to come out quick. If I am Cash, I'm coming out as fast as I possibly can.
Well, I look forward to it. Boys, I pray for my sake. I've been here all day. One game 3 before we're done. We've got 2 more chances. This game, and of course, round number 6. It looks like the matchup is ready. I'm going to go ahead and throw it on over to you. Please, Squid, bring us to game 3.
Well, I will certainly do my best. Thank you once again, Hunted, for doing the fantastic host work that you have been handling all day. And I got to give a shout out to the previous cast who had me covered. And Sleeky, thank you very much, sir. It was always nice to watch you. And Samael, happy I could be here with you for the remainder of today. But that's enough of Talking League. Let's go ahead and get into the match. Best of 3, hopefully a game 3 for not only Hunted's sake, but ours as well, as we get moving with Cash representing the orange and Defiant in the blue.
Yeah, you said it, Squid. Happy to have you in here and happy to see this Cash team again. I want to see how they respond. I love that we're following them into this next match. You didn't get to see, but it was a tough way for them to lose that previous series, and so we're going to have to put that behind them here as they enter into the game 1 of this best of 3.
Mental reset is the name of the game. Can they bring that to the table is the real question. And will they be able to outclass their opponents? Is also on their minds, I'm certain. As it looks like the first attack will go towards Defiant. Saw a brief shooting opportunity for Cash recently, but nothing too significant. That looks like a pretty good shot, but it was a little bit wide. And Defiant, for Team Defiant, able to guide it down the sideline. Maybe an extra touch here. Cynic's also for that ball, and Crab has to wait on this play out. As Versus takes control, now trying to go over the top, leaves it for a teammate. Neither one makes the touch, and that one goes off the post and away.
Oh, and nearly the first goal there for Cash, but unfortunately for them, Future Baller couldn't connect on a nice pass out front. Good carry from Versus. We've seen some real nice carries and control, I think, from both sides so far, as shaping up for a good match and another evenly put match in front of us, I would say, Squid. But honestly, I felt that about the previous one, and then game 2 just completely, threw that out the window. So we'll see, but it's looking good so far with a scoreless game.
A nice double tap there from Cynic. Had an opportunity, did Defiant. Well, that one went by the wayside as well. Already about a minute and a half off the clock here. Seems like it basically evaporated into thin air. Cynic for a shot. It's nice and high, and it gets past Future Baller. It's 1-0 now to Defiant.
And Future Baller was definitely staring down Crab. He doesn't have the ability to get forward and take a chance on that play, so he's got to wait back, but can't get up. Nearly does, but those over-the-shoulder plays so difficult. And the first goal going to go to Defiant here, as for Cash, that's tough because that continues a streak of giving up goals against and not finding any for them. So this is that situation, I think, for the orange side where they're going to have to keep this close. But they're facing some more offense again from Defiant, who may find momentum from that goal.
And that's the one thing that's really bearing down on the minds of all the players right now, is that was a good shot, but Versus is able to get there. Whether or not that was crossbar down and in, we'll never know. Nice dunk here for Defiant, but unfortunately will get away from the post. Cash right now, it's all important how the second goal goes, be it in their favor or not. Even if there is a second goal, Cynic with a fake, nobody's back home, and Cynic will actually gain credit as it does go to 2-0.
And we're starting to see really good rotation here from Defiant. They're getting locked in and pushing Cash back. Really good play to put that ball on net there from Defiant, as Cynic closes it out. I think it might have been going in anyhow. Either way, Defiant really starting to heat up here. They show it on the scoreboard. They've got 6 shots now, and honestly, this is a tough spot as Cash getting put back over and over again. They just can't get control of this ball.
Yeah, very much so. And again, as you said, the last game too wasn't exactly their boon. So it might be a little bit difficult to try and get back into this game, but they've still got half of regulation to be played. So we'll find out. Shot count certainly not favoring them. They're being outshot 6-3 at present. They do get a little bit of a drive here, but Cynic is there on the sideline to pick it up. Future Baller not able to make contact. Ev has to make the save, and he's able to do exactly that. It's still a little bit hairy at times here on the defensive side. Cynic once again able to take it away. Feels like we're calling out his name a lot with those challenges at the midfield, really gaining his team a lot of possession. As Cash still struggling to find an offensive chance here.
Yeah, and it really is that midfield play that we're seeing here from Defiant as they continue to rotate around. They're shadowing at times, and I think that Cash can take advantage of that, but they need some help. It's going to be a goal here, though, as the ball will be put on as Evan finds the first here for Cash. It's a good step up for Evan. Crab puts that out in a real dangerous spot, and Cash able to take advantage of the mistake.
Yeah, excellent positioning there for Ev. And it looked like, honestly, it was a bit of a force as well. You could see, I believe it was Future Baller. Yes, he's got the assist for that play. That kind of forced that awkward touch out of Crab. Didn't really have many more options other than just trying to control that ball and get it away. And Cynic not quite able to make the cutoff, so the speed of play in the offensive zone just about there for Cash. They still need to put one more tally on that scoreboard, and they've only got 80 seconds to do it now. Versus does have it into the opposing corner. Now towards center, nobody quite there in time. Defiant will clear that away. Future Brawler, a nice controlling touch, but it's off the backboard. Crab has the shot. No, the pass down to Cynic. Can Evan make it? No, not quite. That one sneaks inside the post for a 3-1.
And there it is, the 2-goal lead restored here for Defiant. It's Cynic who gets his third. It's another rebound as he cashes in across the net as well. Really good placement there as Evan is diving the opposite direction, but can not get over and make that stop. And now that's going to make it even harder here for Cash to bounce back as they were trying to already get this game just to a tie situation. But Defiant continued to put shots on. Another one there coming from Cynic. He's got the 3 goals, the 4 shots, leading Defiant's offense.
Absolutely, and he'll have another chance right here with the pass up to Defiant. Almost a 1-2-1. But that's a little bit too much mustard on the return delivery there. It'll actually give Cash an opportunity to push out, but no, Defiant just cuts Versus right out of the rotation and instantly takes control of that ball. And I think that's really an exemplary play to kind of demonstrate what we've seen out of the Defiant offense so far. It's been absolutely impressive. And one demo on the back end by Future Brawler might open up some space and time, but unfortunately gets all the way to their back wall. They're going to have to reset this offense with 20 seconds to gain 2 goals.
Yeah, and honestly, I just don't think it's going to happen the way that Defiant are continuing to control the play. We're seeing touches here and there from Cash, but nothing sustained, not connecting as a team. And we're down into the final moments of game number 1. Defiant continue the woes here for Cash. This has been a statement, and that is a statement to cap off this game as Cynic gets his 4th. None prettier than that.
Yeah, and I think moving into this game 1, we could not have asked for a more heroic performance than that which has been delivered by Cynic. So well played. He put up all 4 goals for his team, and a couple of were really nice angles, some individual plays. It's just been the whole 9 yards here for Cynic, ending with 729 points. And obviously, we don't really like to talk about points exclusively. Can't count out his teammates, though. Crab and Defiant both putting up 2 assists and a couple of shots of their own. So well played all around. But for Cash, all is not lost. I just feel like they need to start winning a couple of those midfield challenges and start to be more aggressive on the offense, and they're going to have a much more realistic shot here.
Yeah, I think especially with the way that I saw Defiant at times shadowing, they still weren't necessarily taking chances. And I think for Cash on the other side, when they get those first touches, those clear attempts, you either got to follow as an individual or have a teammate there. And honestly, the pressure wasn't necessarily there for Defiant, so I think you can cheat up a little bit. Have a guy staying up at mid to try and help get that ball past the midfield line. And honestly, you never know what might happen at that point, Squid, but we just didn't see that enough from them. It's all about getting started on offense, about getting through mid, and if you can't get that, it's going to be real hard to score.
Yeah, and even considering what they had on the defense, I feel for Cash that a couple of those goals might have been tacked up to a couple of errors, whether mechanical or rotational, and those are pretty easy problems to fix, all things considered. So you take a couple of those goals and slash them off the scoreboard, and we've got a 2-1 game. So I think there's a lot of things that need to be improved for Cash. Perhaps their mental state isn't exactly where we would have wanted it out of the last match, but they still have a very real chance if we move to game 2.
Yeah, and this is the situation, as we talked about all night in these short series, best of 3, which means just one more victory here for Defiant will put Cash down. So it is so crucial for the orange side to come out strong here, try to find that early goal.
Well, they had a chance there, but you can see Future Brawler just not quite making contact. That's a great way to open things up, but Cynic, he's the one that's been doing it all game for game 1, but it will be Crab in the end. Only narrowly missing on the first shot, but it's still 1-0.
Yeah, and the shot coming across doesn't fall. It's a real awkward spot for Evan, who's trying to back up. Can't contain that. Probably should have just hugged on the post there and waited it out, but easier said than done, especially as we're looking at the play after it happens. Unfortunately for Evan, though, just can't find the read on that rebound, and now for Cash, they will have to play from behind yet again.
But a nice flip reset stall there for Versus. Allows his teammates to push up rather quick off that face-off. See if they can keep the control here, though, as Crab pass up to Defiant, over back to Crab, to the backboard, maybe. Where's the follow-up? It's going to be Evan getting it away, but not for long. Cynic with the return, and it'll be outside of the post. Another shot on, and that one's crossbar down and in with the double. Crab now with 2 goals on the game.
Now, and here we see Defiant just brutalizing Cash from the corner. Crab gets that follow and dunk as well across. as the defender was there. That ball would have been cleared out by Versus. Takes the extra touch as Crab, the beauty there. And now Defiant have a 2-goal lead, Squid, and this is more of the same from that previous game. More of the same here from Cash as they try to play from behind, but it's just a bad spot to be in when you cannot generate offense.
Well and truly. And both of those plays were really seemingly so much space and time for Defiant. So hopefully that story will change if you're a fan of Cash at this point. But I think, Sam, you and I at this point, we both love a good underdog story. I think we might fall under that category. A nice dunk there for Versus. The follow-up shot not quite there. Future Brawler can't get that one on target either. And we'll get back to the midfield line safely with Crab in the lead. Gets the boost at the midfield. Might have an option in the mid. Goes for the shot himself. Had the read. But Evan is there to make the clear. Future Baller for the follow-up down to mid.
Oh, and he didn't have any boost to follow that. Or else he might have had a chance at a dunk. That was the first really good chance I think that we've seen from Cash. But they can't keep the ball in. And it's these opportunities, if they're not going to come often, you've got to find a way to get something going in the few opportunities that are there. That may be it, but no, Crab with a stop. Dives across the net. Makes it look easy. Finds his second save here, but we're seeing Cash press. This is finally some offense for them. This is getting it started. They just got to find a way to keep it going. Oh, man, that's not going to do it.
Certainly not. Didn't quite have the respect for the clear from Defiant, and now a shot for Cynic right out in front from the top of the box. Maintains that 100% goal participation with a 3-0 lead.
Oh, and the demo gives Future an opportunity. He has a chance, but then can't catch up to the ball. Loses that separation, and unfortunately coughs it right up to Cynic, who gets a goal to cash in. 3-0 now here for Defiant as Cash. This is looking like deja vu for last series, as they are now, again, they're on series point, and they need at least 3 just to get it tied up.
Definitely not a favorable situation, but in one half of Rocket League, a lot can change now. Defiant upfield. And once again, this is more of the same. So much space and time, but Evan will finally close the gap in the clutchest of moments there at just before the goal line. Now a pass over to Evan, blocked away by Defiant. Future Baller with the pickup. Unfortunately, that's not going to last for long. The demo takes him right out of the play. Cynic and Crab make the follow-up. And that's the kind of pressure they have been putting on. Nice pass out in front, and Evan is there to meet it, but still, Cash being outpaced on basically all fronts here as they vie to get onto the offense. Once again, shot on target here should be a little bit too slow for Crab, and he'll learn to save your medal with that block.
But that's at least the starting shot there. That's a big shot. Starts this offense, or at least gives them an opportunity here. Future Baller's got to find a way to keep that ball in, though. You can't just drive out and let your opponent get it clear so easily. You've got teammates. Just get in there, at least get some sort of touch on the ball. We're just not seeing that right now from Cash. They're letting these shots come uncontested.
They are 95 seconds now on the clock. They've got to make some sort of significant change. Future Baller trying to lead the way, but Cynic wonderfully played. 50-50 past 2 now. No boost left in the tank, but still buying a lot of space and time for his team. That has really been the name of the game. A shot here will be blocked away, but no possession gained. Defiant for the follow-up. It'll be back over towards Crab, waiting on the outcome of this play. The patience is there, just trying to get any sort of entrance into the offensive end. You can see how much time they're burning just by being patient and making these slow plays. Finally, the ball will move on to the blue side. You've seen so much of the orange so far as that 1-minute buzzer goes off. Things not looking so hot here for Cash.
And it's the perfect way to play here for Defiant. They've got this big lead. They're still thinking offense. They're finding offense. Cynic gets the goal that might just seal the deal here in this game. But I love the way that Defiant approached having this big lead. They never let up, but they did slow down the play just a little bit. And that's just so that they could maintain the possession like they needed, and as well let the time tick away. Turns out it's also a way to score goals, as they just can do no wrong right now. This Defiant team looking real good.
Yeah, and I think what that boils down to is all of their challenges have some sort of meaningful impact on the play at hand, whether that means not even going for a challenge or actually, making a 50-50, maybe even a fake. But everything that they do has a purpose. They're always prepared to be that third man back in the rotation, and I think that's what really allows them to hold that midfield line, as conservative of a formation it might sound like, as Cynic just making them look silly off the sidewall, and it will get away. But at this point, it's just all for show.
Yeah, and honestly, I love that they don't need the goal, so they're not forcing the play. They give it up there, but this is obviously going to be too late this would be a monumental collapse at this point. I just don't see it happening. But I love that they're not forcing it. They're still keeping control, and they know they don't need another goal. And that makes it so much harder on, Cash, who has to get a goal. They're forcing them to play, and they have to take, chances, and they'll make mistakes and things. But this is really just going to cap off a dominant series here for Defiant. And unfortunately for Cash, they will lose back-to-back as they go 3-2 on the day.
Yeah, open and shut case here for Defiant. They looked completely solid. And before we say anything about how that game played out, we have to give a shout-out to Cynic. I believe, hang on, let me just run over this again in my head. Was it 4 goals they scored in the last game? Samael? Game number 1?
Wow,
Because
that's really a test for me.
I know for a fact that Cynic has 100% goal participation. I believe it was 4 goals in game number 1. He scored all 4, scored 2 here, and assisted the remaining 2 that he did not score. So, major, good performance from him. That's all you can really say about that. You can't really get any better than that.
No doubt about it. I mean, we said his name a lot for good reason. He was cashing in on a lot of rebounds. His team did a good job of putting him in a position to succeed, no doubt about it. But anytime you're involved on every single goal, you're doing things right. So, Hunted, you might have been able to see if Squid was right about the number of goals. I couldn't quite remember. I believe him about Cynic, though. We said that guy's name just about throughout the entirety of that match.
Always seems to be in the right when I'm on the broadcast with him, so trust him on this one, and he was right. 4 goals for them in both games. Cynic absolutely dominant as Squid, I appreciate your commentary, but man, you didn't bring the luck, dude. I'm
sorry.
Really thought you brought the game 3 luck with you, man. But it was, whew.
I don't know what to tell you. I just having a bit of an off day.
It's okay.
Don't exactly have the luck of the Irish here, it seems. So unfortunate.
No,
sorry, I couldn't deliver.
No. It is. Look, you more than delivered with that, with the commentary in that game. It was a whole lot of fun. A 2-game victory for Team Defiant, and unfortunately for Cash, that will move them to 3-2 on the day. But they do have another chance in round number 6, of course, to find another victory, and they all are going to matter a whole lot as we head to this next round. And fellas, let's talk about that. We're going to round number 6. Team Defiant, they looked pretty solid. And Sam, what do you want to see them carry on into this final round?
Honestly, they had a lot of confidence. I think everybody loves seeing a team play with confidence. It produces really good results usually, and we saw that on the field. So honestly, just when a team's got things going well, I root for them. I want to see them continue that. We'll see if we can follow them. I'm not sure how it's going to shape out here for our final match, but either way, yeah, one of the teams to look out for, no doubt. And it's not just this qualifier. We've got some more, upcoming as well. So a team definitely that might start turning some heads.
And I mean, that is an interesting point there as well. This is the second of 3 qualifiers for this Intel Inspires series. And again, a whole lot on the line, Squid. That qualifying spot for your chance to compete in $250,000 of scholarship money. That's big news to a lot of people. That's big news for anybody. I don't care who you are. That is a whole lot of money to play for. And now some of these teams steps away, Squid. What do they, how excited do you think they have to be going into this final round?
Oh, well, they got to be as excited as they are anxious. I don't think that anybody's really going to question the fact that there is going to be a lot of pressure on these players. Regardless of the fact that they managed to take that round so solidly, they're still going to be coming into this next one thinking, what did we do wrong? I don't care that it was a 2-0. I don't care that we seem to be playing incredibly well. I had an impressive offensive presence. We're there at the midfield. We're making the defensive plays. We still have room to improve. There's always room to improve. And honestly, I'm going to say it, in Game 1, there were a couple of double commits. We never really talked about the bad that was there for Defiant, but I did see a couple of double commits. Granted, they did iron themselves out over the course of the series, but it's still something to think about. So at the same time that they're probably incredibly excited, we might see their play deteriorate just a little bit because of that mental pressure.
Well, I am so very excited to find out how things will shake out in our final round. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got one final break to send you to, and we will cap off the day on the other side of that. Make sure you keep it here, because I promise you there is one final exciting matchup for you to watch. This is the Intel Inspires Day 2 qualifier here, presented by AVGL. And we are muted again. I've done it once more. I am so very sorry. But welcome back for the final time. I can only make that mistake this one last time. Well, I guess I could do it once more.
Yeah, please,
When we
please
come
don't.
back to close the show. I'll try my best. There's no promises, though. As, we've got more Rocket League for you. Luckily, I don't have to do a lot of the talking, so it doesn't really matter if I'm muted. The two of you, Squid and Sam, you guys are going to bring us the final best of 3 on the day. Most of these teams having been, grinding it out all throughout the day. It comes down to one final round. Squid, what are your initial thoughts coming into this match?
Well, it's pretty much all on the line here. Well, save for the teams who are already 4-0, because they've got a pretty good chance of moving forward here, but nothing really set in stone. So at this point, you're always looking for that extra win. There is never a bad time to win. I think we can all agree in Rocket League. Maybe unless you're trying for some weird seeding manipulation, hocus pocus. But, I'm not really one to speak on that. So I think for both these teams, it might just be another round. Obviously, getting that security of knowing that you have a really solid chance of moving on to the next round is going to be great. But I feel at the end of the day, it might just be another game for these lads.
Well, Sam, this is our first time we're going to watch Coke Dre on stream. They are 5-0. Do you bet against a team who's been undefeated throughout the day with how quality of the teams we've been watching have been?
I think that would probably be a mistake at this point. Going undefeated on the day so far, probably a pretty good chance we see that here. But either way, we know we're going to see a real good team in Coterie. So it's up to Sporks to bring it on the other side, no doubt.
Well, gentlemen, one final time. Match is ready. Take us away. Let's finish off this Day 2 qualifier here at the Intel Inspire Series.
Thank you, Hunted, very much for all the hard work that you've done, and for the closer that you no doubt will deliver without muting yourself accidentally in the call. So look forward to that, and thanks again. But we got our final match of the day. Here's hoping for game number 3. We gone basically the entire day without doing it. We always dislike seeing the day of sweeps, so to speak, Sam. So looking forward to seeing if this will be any different.
Yeah, especially when we've got already it's best of 3, so pretty quick series overall, and I would really love to see that game 3, no doubt about it. And if we do see it, that means it would be a close series, and if it's a close series with Coterie in the lobby, that means on the other side, Sporks have done a very good job. So I think this is going to be, or potentially shaping up to be, our best matchup of the night.
Very well may be, and you can see Coterie looking to go completely undefeated with a win here. They had a great opportunity right out of the gate, but were unable to convert on it. They have another chance here with Husky. Peanut has to make the save. Coke going for the demo, and Turtle with the follow-up, but they are able to make the rotation on the back end. And already we've seen a lot of the orange half. Only one shot registered on the scoreboard, but we all know in our hearts that there was a little bit more. K actually going to alleviate some of that pressure with a demo as it moves down the sideline here. 30 seconds about gone. Sporks have yet to push onto the offensive end, although it looks like they'll get a good look here.
Yeah, that was a real quick 30 seconds as well, with a lot of offense from the blue side. They don't find a goal from it, but they're definitely pushing back this Sports team. See another chance there as the redirect doesn't fall, but honestly, for Coach Tree, it is just chance after chance as the possession has continually been in their favor to start this first minute.
Yet an opportunity coming down the other way. It looks like that team play between Coke and Husky didn't quite work out the way they would like. As Pinhead now coming across for the cutoff here. Will be a shot on target. Easily possessed into the corner. Turtle now for the inheritance. Plenty of boost to work with. We'll grab it in the corner. That 50-50 out towards center, but just a little bit far past the striker. Still have to look for a reapproach. Another pass out in the center, but again, a little bit too little power, but the redirect might work out. Pinhead narrowly off the post and away, and that will be another shot chance, only narrowly avoided. We move past 90 seconds.
And that was a nice series of short touches there from Coke Tree as we're seeing these little subtle touches and then the follow-up from the team as well. It's hard to say with the team names if these guys have played much together, but they're looking really good as a three-man unit, really supporting each other, which is what you need at this level. You've got to make sure to support your teammates. Really good job done from the blue side, but another minute ticks away, Squid, and still Sporks have kept this ball out of their net.
Yeah, and almost surprisingly so. As you mentioned, we are seeing a pretty well-oiled machine here for Coke Tree, as we'll have another shot of Pinhead again right there to make the play. So you got to give credit on the other side to Sporks. Nice and easily able to keep this ball out. Well, I say nice and easily, but it's been a little bit dirty at times. They have had to make a couple of demos now. A nice touch here by Talasy, but Pinhead not quite there in time. You can see no boost in the tank. Didn't want to encroach up nearly as far as he would have liked to. And now they'll have another shot chance, but we've seen a vastly defensive game thus far with limited shots on either side. It looks like another chance there for Coke Tree, but unfortunately gone by the wayside once again. Head now for the pickup. 1v1, pitches out towards Talasy, but just a little bit too far in front. And I feel, Sam, now we've already seen a couple of 50-50s now that, granted, a different outcome would have been game-changing, as this goal is from Husky to Turtle.
Yeah, and this is a 50-50 that just doesn't happen as we see the challenge from Talasy, but he cannot make contact, and Turtle finds the first goal for Coke Tree. I think it felt like they would get that first as they have had the pressure in this game, but Sporks had begun to mount a little bit of their own. They finally got some shots on the board, but unfortunately they do end up giving up that goal, and now for the orange side, they're going to have to find a way to get out. They got another shot coming through, though, and they will need at least two now as Husky puts another one on for the blue side.
A great way to capitalize on their advantage. That little bounce up, not exactly what Sporks were looking for, as Husky had a great read on it, but nobody else on the defensive side did. Pinhead and K. Maybe a little bit of confusion on the rotation there. But the world may never know. Either way, it's 2 goals down, and now it might be a third. No Talasys there as the backup. But Turtle does get this onto the backboard. Still a very dangerous shot, and he'll follow it up all by himself. 3-0 now over to Coke Tree.
And it all comes from these challenges being won here. That ball out to Turtle, given right up to him, and no one there to stop the rebound there for Sporks as the possession given up. And honestly, this is not the moment for the orange side to lose their composure on defense, as we're really seeing Coach heat up here. They get this 50 and this kickoff win, looking for more as the ball is out center. Talasy out, but it's just too easy, too soft of touches on these clears. Not going to do it, not going to get the ball even past mid. Oh, I stand corrected.
Hey, sometimes the caster's curse is a good thing, as the Sporks do find their offense here. Talasy also winning out on the 50-50. Touch here backfield for Pinhead, and Kay is able to take control, but not much more than that, unfortunately. This would not be the first offensive chance that we've seen out of them, but the first one we might have seen in a while, as another shot will come on target, easily saved away by Talasy. But this team unable to make the follow-up here. Husky going to continue with the control into the corner. Turtle with a 150-50. Coke not quite with the read. And it'll tap a little bit backfield. Husky's able to keep it on the orange half. But some limited danger there on that touchback. We find ourselves once again onto the blue half. Sporks have yet to put an effective shot on target. This might be a change of pace, however. Turtle loses the 50-50. Talasy for the shot here, but that is far too speculative to do any real damage. We'll move back onto the orange side. Turtle for the redirect. No, the fake instead, and Coke gets credit for the 4th goal.
And that may do it here for the Sporks team. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't get a goal on the offensive opportunity they had just a moment ago. The ball comes down into their side, and it ends up into their net. 4 goals here now for the blue side, and I will say this will be a battle for who can control the midfield better, because I think for Coke Tree, that's what they're doing. They're continuing to help each other out. And on Sporks on the other side, too much individual stuff, not anything there with the teammates. I mean, it's like that situation right there. You've got to have some help. K doesn't get it. They're just not getting the ball downfield, and that means they're just not finding that offense.
Absolutely. Too many forfeited possessions at that. You're talking about how they never really have that control of the ball, and I feel like that might be part of the key. This is going to be a perfect example. Pinhead gets the initial touch, but there's nobody there for the follow-up, and he didn't have the boost in the tank to make the play all by himself. So it got right back across the midfield line and easily tapped down in the corner. So if they're going to try and bounce back from this, I think that's their starting point, is just trying to keep a player on the ball in that midfield when they win those challenges, which they inevitably will. We saw multiple instances where they did, but they just simply did not have the constitution to make that follow-up.
Yeah, and honestly, you're going to have to take some chances as well. And I know it's tough when we've seen how good Coke Tree is to hold on to the ball, keep the ball in their favor. But for Sporks, I mean, if you don't put up that offensive pressure and find the shots on your own, you're just going to lose. I mean, eventually you're going to lose no matter how good your defense is. So, yeah, I think for them, all finding a way to get downfield. They had some good chances when they had the opportunities, even though they weren't there often. They were able to get downfield at times, and they got some good shots on net. So I think they can do that when they're there, but they just have to find that way to get out of their zone better, even if it's just a boom. Just boom the ball downfield if you have to.
And you said it best. The defense. It's not always going to be able to make the play, and Coke is going to remind them right here immediately off the kickoff in Game 2. A wonderful touch by Husky, and the Bardowski is not going to leave much space for Pinhead to make a play. And Sam, I was actually just about to remark, based off your comment previously, we actually have seen some exceptional defensive plays for Sporks. Granted, they did allow 4 goals in at the end of regulation. Another chance right here to tie things up, actually. They don't even want to let me finish my point. They want to put their offense on display.
Yeah, and it's all off the kickoff for both sides there. Good beat to the ball from K, and makes it easy for Tallahassee. That guy has the hardest name. When you know the city Tallahassee, he is trolling us right now. Tallahassee gets the rebound there. It just took me a moment, but honestly, they needed to score some goals for me to have to start saying his name. So we do see Sporks get on the board, but they're gonna give it right back up. What a pass there from Husky. That is now 2 really good passes he's had on these goals.
Right, they give it up, and can you really blame them for that one? Right underneath the crossbar from the top of the box. You're not going to have, I don't care who you are, you do not have the reaction time to save that ball. It's just physically impossible to get your car from the goal line to the top of the crossbar to make that save. And it was a good chase out of the corner for K. Tried to screw up the opposing offense and screwing up their passing opportunity by making that initial touch, but unfortunately, Coke just had a beautiful read on that ball. Husky had a beautiful read on that ball, was able to get it in. Now another shot here. Tolassi's able to make the save, but the follow-up still there. And again, just under the crossbar. They are 3 for 3 on hitting those upper 90 shots here.
Yeah, and there was even that shot in the upper 90 before that. The save was made, but the rebound too juicy, and the shot placement from the blue side too good, as we have seen an offensive clinic. And for Sporks, yeah, we're starting to see sparks, I think, as the wheels definitely coming off here. This is not a good situation, as Pinhead, all he can do is put this ball into the corner. For Sporks, it all starts with that first touch. This may finally get to clear, but that's going to be right to Husky. He's going to put that ball right downfield. Squid, we talked about it coming in, and it is just not working here for Orange. They cough the ball up again, and Husky and Coke make them pay.
And not only are they giving up the ball, but they're also giving so much space to Coke. Coming off that wall, nobody trying to block off the passing lane, and nobody giving enough respect to that shot to be on the opposite side of the net, making those back post rotations. I know one of my good friends really laments the fact people don't make back post rotations as often as he would like. Looking at you, George. But either way, there's still plenty of time left in this game, so Sporks, they put on a good offensive drive when they had the control for the first time. Well, they simply haven't had the opportunity to try to put that on display. Another chance at all, and they might get one here as Talassi not able to make the angle, and K still planted firmly in the backfield. That is an unfortunate miss. They had a beautiful chance, and they might yet get another one as a double commit on the pass in the midfield allows the Sporks to get all the way onto the blue ends.
I like that look, though, from Talassi off the ceiling. Pinhead was there as well. They're going for the pinch. Don't find it, but the creativity there, you love to see it, even with Sporks down in the game. Talassi's still doing what he can to try to get these plays going. Sporks just one shot away often from getting these goals. They just can't find that closing shot. It's so crucial to have a good finisher on your team, Squid, who can really put the ball away when you get those opportunities.
And Husky, some good patience on that play. You can see Pinhead trying to play for the 50-50. Husky just lets him forfeit possession instead. They're still on the attacking side, though. Talassi's going to force Turtle up onto the wall. K is able to make the touch, but unfortunately, again, down to Husky, over to Coke. Tries to make the doink. No, the demo doesn't come through either. And it looks like the Sporks getting away with one, but not for long. Talassi's there to block out Turtle's shot, though, coming off of the side wall. And now pitched down the other way. Wait a second. No, Husky's there. But I gotta say, things starting to look a little bit more lax here for Coke Tree, and granted, it's nice to have fun while you're playing with the lead, but the Sporks seem to have a very real and present threat, and I don't think is being addressed properly. There's still 2 minutes left to be played here, and we've seen much more of the blue side than I think we did at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, and you said it. It's, I think, a mixture of some confidence on the side of Coke Tree, but also Sporks. They're starting to pick up the pace just a little bit, and it's helping them get downfield. They're doing a much better job of cutting through the neutral zone than they did previously, but it may be too little too late. They're still battling behind this really big 3-goal deficit.
They are. Ooh, that missed touch from K is not going to help Turtle. Plenty of freedom to go for this double tap, and that's almost on target. Coke will ensure that that gets through. I'm not going to lie, I thought Turtle nailed this angle for a second.
Oh, man, it was a tough angle. Almost nothing to look at, but nearly had it. You said it. But a good follow there from Coke, diving forward, making sure that that goes in no matter what. The 5th goal here now for Coke Tree, and that may just do it. Sporks have struggled to generate offense, even though they've been looking better. It ends up going to the back of their net. Good play here, though. Coke doesn't get a hit on that, but Turtle does follow. Oh, hey, there we go. You gotta like that a little bit, though. It's still, you know, just the start here for Sporks, but that's a nice follow from K.
Yeah, way to keep control of your car, even in the face of insurmountable odds, is what it seemed like after getting bumped. Lots of players might give up on that, but K has the presence of mind. Not the tilt either. You got to give him credit for that. With only 80 seconds remaining here and being 3 goals down, or 4 goals at the time, things could look a little bit challenging, and they might get another breakout chance here. Turtle's got to get back to the ball, but he can only put it off his backboard. Talassi towards the center. Where's the follow-up? K a little bit slow. Pinhead off the side, and now they get the turn in. K there for the follow-up. It was a little bit slow pace, but they get it in the end.
So you're saying there's a chance? Who would have thought now, as we see 2 straight goals here from Sporks? It takes more than 2 straight rebound opportunities, but they finally get it through, and now it looks like maybe, just maybe, Sporks can do this. If they can just get one more, they'll be within 1, and you never know at that point.
Yeah, they're absolutely in striking distance here. Coke Tree, again, they play with that confidence, but now they have allowed their opponents a second wind opportunity. This one high off the backboard. Had not able to make the read, and Husky will get the clear, but there is K waiting for it. Shot goes out towards center. Lassie is safely positioned for that ball, but things looking a little bit dangerous now. Off the orange back wall. Husky looking for the shot, searching. No, it's off the backboard. Can't put that one away. Turtle's still lurking in the mid. Gonna look for the double tap all by himself, but Talassi's able to get a touch out to K. They cross the midfield line with 30 seconds remaining. They need 2. Just any time on the clock will give them hope if they can score here. But Turtle, a nice 50-50, gets that one all the way downfield. Less than 20 seconds now. Husky, great control towards the net. Turtle's not able to make a play, and now a long clear gives Talassi hope. Can he put the team on his back in the 1v1? No, Goat is in the way. Final 10 seconds. That might just be the dagger in the heart. And Coke Tree are going to watch the final second tick off the clock with an insurance goal to spare. They go 6-0 in the Swiss.
6-0, an impressive display here from this team. They made it interesting there in the end as they give up a couple late to give Sporks a chance. You know, they were within breathing room or within who knows what I'm trying to say, within
Striking
reach.
distance.
Exactly. This is why you're the best for my commentating here. For every time I am about to falter, Squid, you're there to catch me. Thank you. And for for Coke though, he was sort of this leader. You know, his name is in the team name, and he made sure that didn't look silly. But I got to say, the guy down at the other end, Husky, some of the setups, he was really that playmaker and impressed me with some of those feeds out front as well.
Yeah, and I think the important part here for Koktri is not only did they have somebody who stood out, but the entirety of their team had very valuable contributions at different junctures, and I think that's really important for any roster of 3 players. And of course, it's nice to have a star player, but when you have the entire team firing on all cylinders, even if they're not playing the best they've ever played, as long as they're all playing on the same wavelength, that can be stronger than any standout performance. But for more thoughts, we do want to bring Hunter back into the mix. Hopefully, he can actually speak this time.
Hello, is this thing on? This thing on? I think
so.
we're good. I think
so.
we have done it. Thank goodness. Thank you, gentlemen, for again another wonderful cast. Unfortunately, we don't see a game 3 today. I think I'm the problem. Maybe next time we'll get one if we've got a different host rotating in. But
Hey, man, don't put yourself down like that.
Fun.
You did great. All right.
Well, I appreciate that. And again, a wonderfully played game. Moving to 6-0. I mean, I think, Sam said it best. You don't want to count against a team who's already gone 5-0 on the day against some of these great teams as the Magic.
It's like a magic trick. Every time I watch it, I'm just mesmerized just watching Sam's feed.
I'm leading to a big reveal where I pull it away and I'm not there anymore.
Yeah.
Disappear.
I'm waiting. It's like that classical conditioning. One of these times, you're just going to disappear into nothingness.
Well, what happened to Floyd? Maybe you could just turn into Floyd.
Hey, don't be trying to give away my secrets. That's for the next qualifier.
Yeah, there you go. And I, speaking of the next qualifier, so very excited for that one. This is the end of day 2, the second qualifier. There will be one next week, same time, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you follow the AVGL channel that you're watching on right now. Turn on those notifications, and you will be notified when we go live for that. But gentlemen, let's just break down that final game real quickly. We'll throw it to the end here, and I mean, again, we talked about Koktri coming into this undefeated. Squid, what were your thoughts? Did they look like a team who should have been undefeated throughout the day?
Oh, yeah, absolutely to me. I got to give all credit to the Sporks. They look solid out there, and I think that they had some strong spots, but you cannot deny the offensive strength that Koktri brought to the table. And when I said that 3 players who are playing on the same wavelength is far better than having 1 player who's popping off, that's exactly what I'm referencing. It basically felt like all of their touches had meaning in the offensive end. And granted, I did say that about the previous match, but bear with me, because basically all of their touches either serve to force an opponent to make a bad clear, which the forfeitures of possession is something that we really harp on here. So either making a bad clear, getting a pass out to a teammate, or just making a solo play, which we saw some nutty ones during that series. So all in all, they were just out there, and nothing that they did seemed to be the wrong call in the moment.
Well, Sam, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot. We're going to see how good your prediction skills are. How do you see this team faring in that final tournament? I mean, of course, going undefeated on the qualifier day typically means you're going to make it in. How do you think that they're going to show up in that final?
Well, with some of the individual players, you got to think of that too, because this might have been a makeshift team that was put together just from 3 players as well. So I don't know if they stay together and they're still playing. I think they have a very good chance. I mean, anytime you go 6-0 on the day, you go undefeated on the day. I mean, it's hard to say a lot of bad things about those guys. And I bet there weren't a lot of game 3s too, if we look back, because they were doing a great job of putting up goals. They had a lot of really good offense. I think Squid touched on a lot of the good things that they did on offense. I really liked how they were smart enough to put the ball where they needed to, whether that meant, like Squid said, forcing an error on the opponent. Maybe they were purposely putting the ball off the backboard. That shows a team that has the smarts. And anytime you've got that brain power mixed with the mechanical ability, you're going to go far. So I think these players definitely looking good. I got my eyes on them moving forward, no doubt about that.
Well, gentlemen, as much as I hate to say it, that is going to do it for us today. You both have been wonderful, and I thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Again, big shout outs to Sleeky and Kendo as well. They were on a little bit earlier. And of course, we have to give the biggest thanks to everyone behind the scenes. B-Dog, our broadcaster, Bumney, who does just about everything for the CCA and here on the AVGL broadcast. Mateo, our match admin throughout the day, and of course Slans as well, keeping us in the loop and dealing with the players all throughout the day. Thank you all so very much. I hope that everybody watching, you have enjoyed, but that is a wrap on the day number 2 qualifiers. Again, make sure you are here next Sunday starting at 3 p.m. Eastern for the final qualifier to see which players will join the teams that we've seen today in that $250,000 tournament. Again, that is the 29th. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so very much for watching, and I cannot wait to see you next time. This has been the Intel Inspires presented by AVGL.